You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome to Bassmaster Live as the open season rolls on. St. Croix Bassmaster Open from Leech Lake in Minnesota, presented by 7. There is Leech Lake. There's our map up there, northern Minnesota, third largest lake in the state of Minnesota. And that's saying something when the state motto, at least it used to be, the land of 10,000 lakes. I better confirm that with our special guest here, Bob Downey. Is that right? 10,000 lakes?
Yeah, we got 10,000 plus, I believe, up there. Quite a few options for some awesome bass fishing in that area, and great to have an event here in Minnesota. Really looking forward to breaking it down today.
First time ever for the Bassmasters at Giant Leech Lake here, well over 100,000 acres. You saw the rules of the game, pretty much the regular stuff. 3 days of fishing, although we've only got 2 days. We had the first day weathered out, so we are going to fish for everything today. This is the second actual day of fishing. We got the full field out there running more.
Yeah, that's going to be a big twist, Tommy. Normally when we bring you live coverage from the Opens at this level, it's top 10 for the final day. We have 203 anglers vying for points, classic berth, and we can see someone come from way back in the pack. But I'll say we got a stout top 10 we'll be watching today. Absolutely, yeah. Some incredible weights yesterday. All of our top 10, 20 pounds and over. What a smallmouth place this is, and we're just learning about it more with every passing minute here as we watch our anglers. Takeoff still going on, started at 6:30 local time, and we have got a lot to hear from these anglers today about a place that most of them have never fished competitively before.
Yeah, so, you know, we got 220 or 230 of some of the best anglers in the world here, and everyone finds everything. These fish have seen a lot of baits. It's pressured. For some reason, these smallmouth don't want to bite. Yesterday, I got keyed in on a bait that they started to bite, but it was frustrating for the first few hours because I saw a lot of big fish and they just wouldn't bite. But I think I got it keyed in on a bait that I'm getting them to bite. But yeah, these fish are just pressured. So it's going to be a long day, but if we can get 5 of the right bites, we'll have a big bag.
Hey guys, it's Billy Gilbert. Final day at Leech Lake, sitting in 6th place. Went out yesterday, had only 5 bites, caught my last keeper on my last cast of the day. We're going to go out today and hit as many boulders as we can where we have fish marked and just run and gun all day and try to put together the biggest bag we can.
All right, guys, we got championship Saturday here. Tournament got to cut a little short, so only 2 days in this one, got a full field, but we're sitting in 4th place, had 22 pounds, 2 ounces yesterday, all smallmouth. I think we caught 10 or 11 keepers, so gonna go for them again today. It's kind of a high risk, high reward type thing, and worst comes to worst, we'll ditch those and go try to catch some big largemouth on a frog, but we've got a little longer day today, so looking forward to it. Hopefully we can catch them again, stay in the top 5. Yes, sir.
I'm excited to get out there. This lake is a lot of fun. It's not easy. The smallmouth are hard to catch. I do have largemouth I can go fish for if I need to. I got a place that I'm going to run to this morning, and it was pretty magical yesterday. We might have some company. I know a few guys saw me catch them yesterday, but we'll get down there and see what happens, and then after that, once the sun comes up a little bit, I'm going to start running some shallow places and do everything I can to have the biggest bag I can.
Hey guys, day 2 here at Leech Lake. Man, we had a lot of fun yesterday catching those smallmouth. Wasn't easy, didn't get a lot of bites, but it was a lot of fun. Whenever you do get bit, it's a big one. And fishing the way I like to fish, just targeting an isolated structure, running a lot of water, and really looking forward to the day. I've got some stuff that I didn't go to. Hopefully it didn't get hit too hard by other competitors. It's just hard to say. We're all kind of rotating through the same stuff, so we're gonna have to make some adjustments today. We're gonna have to do it pretty quick. We got an early day doing it at 2:30, but if we hit the right places at the right time, we might catch a big bag. So it should be a lot of fun.
It's pretty crazy, being my home lake. I wouldn't rather be anywhere else, but I just got so many places to hit out here, and I'm pretty confident if I run around enough and cover enough water, I'll run into some big ones at some point. But we'll see how many guys get the bright idea to jump on some of my stuff today, but we'll see. I got, like I said, even if that happens, I got backup plans, then we'll see what happens. Just gonna cover water and hope to run into 5 big ones.
Some of the 10 anglers we'll be in the boat with all day today. That last one is a notable guy, Easton Fothergill, who has had an enchanted year starting last October. Actually, before that running more, when he competed in the national championship, qualified for the classic bracket, won that, and it's just been terrific news for him all year long.
Yeah, I'd say it's been a good calendar year for Easton, but honestly, it's been a good 2 years because it started way back in January for the College Series of 2023. Team of the Year, makes the championship Championship, top 5, wins the bracket, goes to the Classic, and is representing well in the Opens. Already won an Open to go to the Classic, Tommy. He's trying to help Carl Jocumsen out. If he wins today, it goes to the Elite Series angler that is waiting, and that is another twist and turn to this whole story as well.
And Bob Downey, this is his home lake. I mean, how important is that? How important is local knowledge here?
Yeah, it's a real big deal, especially in this event, being that Leech doesn't have a lot of national exposure yet. I mean, Easton's grown up fishing this lake. He definitely has an advantage there. So for him, he's going to expose a lot for us today. So if we ever go back, we'll definitely be able to see what he's doing. But to come into this event, not a lot of knowledge on this lake nationally, he definitely has a leg up. And not to mention he's one of the hottest anglers in the nation right now too, so that definitely helps.
Some of the views from the neighborhood here. It's a kind of remote place. It's way up here in northern Minnesota. As we look at our St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake final day unofficial standings, as it is right now, pretty much where we ended yesterday. Easton Fothergill with 26 pounds and 10 ounces. I guess local knowledge counts for a little bit.
One big deal looking at these weights, you might think this lake has largemouth and smallmouth, Tommy. It does, but every single bass that is listed on this leaderboard, all these 20-pound bags were all smallmouth yesterday, and Easton 2610, that even overshot his lofty expectations, and he had a 6'4" big bass for the day as well. So that helps big time when you want to relieve the pressure of your home lake a little bit.
Well, we've got a lot to learn, as we say, about this lake. It's it's about the same size as Lake Mille Lacs, which we're more familiar with Bassmaster fans, but it's different. It's got some key differences, and we'll get into that as we go through the day. But right now, let's just waste no more time. Get on to our leader, Easton Fothergill.
Bob, that's the big worry for a lot of these anglers. I spoke to most of our top 10 last night on the phone, and multiple of them have mentioned this southern portion of Leech. For one, it was protected from the heavy winds on Thursday when we canceled, but also this just seems like a high percentage area for boulder fishing and smallmouth and as well.
Yeah, that southern end of Leech is definitely, premier smallmouth habitat. And that's, probably where we're going to see a lot of these guys focus today. There's certainly other portions of the lake that have some good habitat, but the smallmouth population in Leech right now is still growing. They weren't necessarily dominant or the primary bass species in this lake probably 10, 15, 20 years ago as a world-class largemouth fishery, and it still is. Really good largemouth numbers. Easton's hooked up here. Let's take a look.
Not what I thought would grab this.
Old Rocco there.
Mm-hmm.
Heard it yesterday's Wayne. That was a big issue yesterday. Wrong species and short fish. They got to measure 15 inches to count. A lot of people caught 30, 40 fish, and only, a limit were over the 15-inch minimum.
Yeah, in Minnesota, our typical minimum is 12 inches. We got a 15-inch minimum this week on Leech, and you see it affect some guys down the leaderboard, some guys not filling out their limits, but to compete on Leech, you need fish over 15 inches anyway, so it's a bit of a moot point. But yeah, back to your point earlier, Ronnie, that southern end is definitely premier smallmouth habitat, and with a growing population, there's fish and smallmouth starting to show up in all places of this lake, and I think as the years go by, they'll continue to grow into those areas. But it sure seems like right now, and we may learn some things today as we watch these guys kind of jump around the lake, but it sure seems like that southern end is definitely the premier area at this point.
And we got a big area, over 100,000 acres here. Different sorts of habitats. You can fish out in the big lake there. And it's glacial in origin, like most of the lakes up here and everything. So they got rocks and boulders and gravel and all of that stuff, flats and that. But there are also lots of vegetated areas as well.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the largemouth primarily are going to be up shallow in your vegetation. I don't know if Brett's here.
All right, well, we got a little more wind than yesterday. Pulled up to my first rock that had a bunch of 5-pounders on it, and they are not there. So maybe the sun needs to come out. I don't know if the wind kind of pushed the bait or something back in a little shallower. So we're just gonna try to relocate those big ones. But I mean, I like the wind. I think they might bite even better, but yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we can trick 5 of them big ones.
I think we're seeing a lot of anglers who thought largemouth were going to be a part of their game plan, that 15-inch minimum. How many numbers you have guys catching 4 smallmouth and not coming in with a limit, but having the same weight as guys who caught 40 largemouth and come in with a limit, but really feel less accomplished than the smallmouth guys.
Yeah, those largemouth guys are going through way more numbers than these smallmouth anglers this week. There's just a greater population of those largemouth in the lake right now. And yeah, so they're playing the numbers game. We saw some really good bags. I think Mike McCloud had a 19-pound bag and largemouth, but the smallmouth definitely seemed to be the deal if you're going to win these events in a 2 to 3 day event. If we had a 4-day elite event, you know, we might see an entirely different story play out.
Been a long season for these St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. We started way back the first week in February down at Lake Okeechobee, and we had a gangbusters tournament down there, Ron.
Started off with a bang, Tommy. Set records every day. Not only did Scott Martin win with the biggest margin of victory, he had the highest Opens winning weight ever with 90 pounds and change, and then he had a single day bag of over 30+ pounds that put him in the record books as well. He gets to make the Classic from his Opens win, and he got to win in his backyard, Tommy. Our first trip to Clewiston in a long, long time.
Winning margin of 21 pounds and 10 ounces. We move on to a completely different environment up into the Ouachita Mountains in Arkansas and Lake Ouachita, and it was local knowledge that played there as well for the second time in a row this year.
A big theme early in the Open season was local knowledge for sure. Jeremiah Kendi not only managed the pressures of fishing around home, he had to beat off another great local there, Matt Baker, and hold him off to win at Ouachita before we went over to Santee Cooper the first week of March.
Into the massive Santee Cooper complex in South Carolina. And it was yet another local being very prosperous there.
Kyle Austin, hey, when you think about Santee Cooper around the spawn, you think about those cypress trees. He kept those in his back pocket. He had another little spot that was current-based that really produced most of his weight. Those trees he saved for later. One key bite on a tree pushed him into the win. He had to hold off some record guys behind him as well, Laker Howell and Scott Martin.
Yeah, and his total was almost second only in Opens history to Scott Martin's earlier this year. We move on to Logan Martin Lake in Alabama. Had a lot of good players there, but only one man prevailed, and that it was something to watch.
Yeah, Josh Butler, this is kind of the last of our local guys to win this year. The first 4 Opens all dominated by anglers who would call the lake their home. He was able to balance the current at the dam and also a shad spawn.
Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma, and some big fish for our leader of day one here at Leech Lake, Easton Fothergill. He really put it on him that final day.
This has been a year of giant bass. We've seen 10, 11 pounders on the Opens, on lakes you wouldn't expect. We had an 8-14 here from Easton Fothergill. For a while there, Tommy, with 3 fish, he was still able to have the lead because of how big that kicker was.
We have our Northern Swing. That was our last event, the most recent event. The St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, and a familiar face there on top throughout that tournament at Lake St. Clair in Michigan.
You may look at the Bassmaster Elite Series pros and say, hey, I can do that. I can catch them as good as them. Well, when they come down to your territory in the Opens, they show how good they are, and Jay Shakira did that. He has been on such a roll this year, multiple top 10s in a row on the Elite Series, jumps into an Open, wins that. I think he had 19+ pounds yesterday in Leech, so we may see him creep up into our top 10 today.
He was on a century belt pace there. If it was 4-day tournament, as a matter of fact, on St. Clair. So that sets the stage. We are still not done with our season yet. The elites are done, but we're going to go all the way through October. But today is the day we have in our sights, and it's the all-important day. This is the final day, Championship Saturday, from Leech Lake and Easton Fothergill, sitting there with 26 pounds on day number 1. Brett Cannon just a pound and a half behind, a little bit more than that, and all the rest. We got much to show you. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open on Leech Lake in Minnesota. Presented by 7. We are in the early hours, just completed the takeoff, long takeoff, 208 boats on this giant lake, third largest lake in Minnesota. Out there fishing on Championship Saturday because we had a day weathered out. The full field is fishing today, not just the final 10 as is usually the case in an opens event here. So we've got a lot to keep track of today. Among our top 10 is Tennessee's Tristan McCormick.
Oh, he ain't that big. God, them suckers are so mean, dude. Fatty, though. Number 1 should be. Oh yeah, 16-incher, baby. Took about 2 seconds. Look how fat them suckers are. I mean, that's a 16-incher. I bet he weighs close to 3. 2 3/4. Oh, baby, lock in.
Bob, 1 inch over the legal limit to keep and almost a 3-pounder.
Yeah, these things are built up here on Leech. You know, the forage base is incredible up there, and we're definitely seeing a healthy population of smallmouth that are definitely getting bigger.
And over to Chase Clark, starting the day in 3rd place, angler from Virginia.
Biggin. Oh, God. Oh, please.
Tommy, if the name Chase Clark rings a bell to you, it might be from Virginia Beach, Virginia, but he fished at Auburn University with the likes of Tucker Smith, the likes of Logan Parks, all of the names that we have come to know on the Elite Series and the Opens level. And Chase said, hey, I'm not necessarily as good as them yet, but give me a shot. I'm working on it, as he said.
That's a 4-pounder.
5 fish away from a classic berth this week, and he's soaking it all in.
He's had a pretty good year. He's had a couple of top 20 finishes. Logan Martin, Lake Ouachita as well. So we'll keep our eyes on Chase Clark. That is for sure. Great to have you with us this morning on Bassmaster Live. Got a full 5 hours left and some change on our FS1 coverage, big time coverage today. Want to introduce our special guest, Bob Downey, native of Minnesota, resident of Minnesota, 5th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Bob, we couldn't be more pleased to have someone with local knowledge.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys having me here. Last time I was in studio was 2009 for the National College Bass Championship here in Little Rock on the Arkansas River. So it's cool to be back with you guys, and really excited to unpack what we got going on here today on Leech Lake. You know, this is definitely a lake that doesn't have a lot of national exposure yet, and a lot to learn about it, and really intriguing with the smallmouth, largemouth mix, and the fact that the smallmouth haven't been in there very long. So really excited to be here with you guys, ready to get after it today.
Some big ones as well, Bob. And judging for the breathing of Chase when he caught that one, his first smallmouth today, he's not catching giant numbers. Everyone's precious, right?
Yeah, definitely. You're seeing a lot of guys that had 4 quality smallmouth yesterday that couldn't fill out their limit. So getting 5 of those a day, you're probably going to have 17 pounds or more. So there are definitely some big ones in there, and really excited to see what we see come across the stage this afternoon.
Well, we can't wait to hear what more you have to tell us about that, Ronnie. We're all learning more, us locals here from another part of the country, but what we've seen is impressive.
Absolutely. I've got to spend a lot of time in Bob's neck of the woods when it comes to going up fun fishing in Minnesota, and this was always a lake that people mentioned. If you get some time, I know it might not be on the way, you got to go to Leech Lake. It's one of the best lakes in Minnesota, and so I'm excited to see it play out here. Largemouth possibly for some, but big smallmouth, pressure situation, classic on the line, full field today, and some of the best anglers that you'll see that haven't quite made it to the top level to compete against guys like Bob Downey.
And Mike Sucon, you've had one whole day of fishing to sift through for Bassmaster tidbits to bring us today. What have you unearthed for us to get our day started?
Well,
today?
right now, you know, you get 200 points for winning first place. We got 5 guaranteed days of fishing left. Pretty much like last year, we got a couple guys running away with it. Fothergill and Dakota Hebert above there. 9th place is Tucker Smith. He's got 1,125 points. It's going to take 1,446 right now estimated to get into the Elite Series next year. That's what these guys are shooting for. And he's even 35 points ahead of the next guy. And also, Tommy, there's 11,842 lakes in Minnesota, and they got to be 10 acres or more to count.
Oh, so way over 10,000.
Wow.
I was going low. I was going low with 10,000.
No, it's always been known as land at 10,000
What Such
lakes.
is talking about is a pathway to the Bassmaster Elite Series. That is the Tackle Warehouse EQ Series. These anglers who have committed to the full 9-event schedule for 2024. It is a long road, and we will not be done until October. Let's take a look at those standings as they are right now. And as Such mentioned, and we have mentioned Easton Fothergill, the man on top, but hey, unable to shake Dakota Hebert right there. Jack York of Texas, Evan Kung from Canada, Cody Meyer also in that mix, Ronnie.
Yeah, and then you go down to the bottom half of those anglers that don't want to slip any more than they currently have. Andrew Loberg from the West Coast now makes Gunnersville his home. He's from the College Series. Emil Wagner from the Atlanta, Georgia region. Originally from Denmark, man, he is absolutely a stud, and I got to talk to him last night. I look forward to seeing what he does. And then you have the guys like Paul Marks and Tucker Smith, roommates, running mates, and they are on the bubble. And then Easton Fothergill's running mate, Bo Browning from the College Series, 10th place, first man out right now. Such was saying the points that it's taken right now, that's an average of about 40th place for a finish out of 200 plus boats to just be the last man in. You have to be averaging a check to still just make the Elite Series.
Oh, the competition is so fierce out here. So many good anglers to get past if you want to be on top of the heap at the end of the year. Easton Fothergill, about the only opportunity he's missed so far this year is winning the Classic. So, you know, he's already qualified for next year's Classic, and he's leading the points. So, man, he's looking good. He could really, I don't know, make big strides today.
I believe he became the second angler, Tommy, to win the College Classic bracket, compete on the Opens, and that next season as the representative from the College Series also win another Open to make the Elites. We have both of them in our top 10 today. Yeah. Tristan McCormick represented a couple years ago at Bethel, and Easton Fothergill representing for Montevallo.
Easton from Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Too far away. Was 16th, as a matter of fact, at that Bassmaster Classic Grand Lake in Oklahoma this year. Serious today. We haven't heard him say a word yet, Bob. What can we do to get this guy talking?
Yeah, he's a quiet killer, that's for sure. You know, he's Heck of an angler, and really excited to watch how he breaks this lake down. It looks like he's fishing a little shallower out there than some of the other guys, so we'll see how that develops here the rest of the day.
Chase Clark, we saw him catch a good one moments ago, puts him on top of the leaderboard for now, followed by Fothergill and Cannon. We'll be right back to Minnesota. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 from Leech Lake, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Still in our first hour of fishing, actually just 1 minute clock beyond that first hour there. A lot of that taken up by the takeoff. 208 boats here on this giant lake, northern Minnesota. Leech Lake, first time ever for the Bassmasters here. Say for one, I think, nation event way back in the day. A local nation qualifier.
I believe this is the farthest north any Bass Pro level event has ever been fished.
Really?
Wow.
How about that?
Gosh.
The leader, Chase Clark, hooked up again.
Biggin'.
Looks like Chase has got a nice pot of offshore fish there that he's maybe taking advantage of a little early morning bite. Looks like some hover strolling going on, which is super effective and something a little different that these structure-related fish maybe haven't really seen a lot of drop shots, neds, tubes over the years. And he's kind of taken this open pelagic basin technique to more of a structure-oriented deal. It looks like he's in like 16 to 18 foot of water. These fish are locked on bottom and definitely working for him so far.
Average depth here is 20 feet of the lake, and some deep holes, 100 feet or more, but not many.
Yeah, relatively shallow lake. You know, out in New York, we see a lot of smallmouth in that 20 to 40 foot range. Minnesota, you know, these are glacial lakes, you know, 10 to 25 is kind of that sweet spot offshore.
We're gonna have to get rid of that one if we want to run down the great white shark. That is Easton Fothergill, but that's number 2 anyway.
His first fish, 4-pounder, gave him a 3-ounce lead on Fothergill. This will increase that.
He said that specifically. He said, man, I feel like I can do what I did yesterday pretty good, but I got to make up 4 pounds on Easton Fothergill, and that's just a huge mark, especially in a 3-day tournament, Bob. You can chip away at a 4-pound deficit after day 1, but a 2-day shootout, Chase knows that's got to go, and I've got to get bigger than I did yesterday to try to catch him.
Yeah, it definitely creates a different dynamic in these 2-day events now with the shortened tournament. You know, you have these guys that had 18, 19 pounds on day 1, and normally they have a chance to come back in a 3-day event, but on a lake like this where you really need that 23 to 25 pound bag, you know, 2 days in a row to win this event, it's going to be hard for those guys to come back that had 18, 19 yesterday.
It's gonna be a giant. Come on, baby.
Not far from the boat, you can see that pot of fish activate around 20 to 30 feet away from the boat.
Yeah, and Easton's definitely up shallower than some of these other guys that we've been watching so far. And he's still using forward facing, but he's up shallow doing it. And
good start.
These shallow smallmouth they're there all summer long, and Easton clearly has them dialed in here on Leech. Maybe something that was overlooked by some of the other guys this week.
Fish are the hardest fighting fish. How about that for a start? It's almost a 5-pounder right off the bat.
That's going to be big for his mental state to get the day going here.
That's how you get him talking, Tommy.
Okay.
Chase Clark's lead lasted 11 minutes.
Forward facing should be on
And we got to remember, I'll say this, for those watching that may not know to gauge fish sizes, some of these other anglers aren't nearly as big as Easton Fothergill. He is a very tall,
He's a tall guy.
So when when it looks big to him, he is a big guy as well. Just like Tristan McCormick. I'm not saying Chase Clark's not a big guy, but I'm just saying Easton's got a 6 on his height.
Biggin. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh my God, that's a giant. Oh, I thought he missed it. Hopefully he's got it good. I'm not real sure. It's a big one. Stay down. Oh my God, those head shakes are insane. Oh my gosh. Please, please come in this boat. Please come in this boat. He's barely hooked. He's barely hooked. Oh my goodness. Ah. That's number 2. Leech Lake Special, Rob G, that's for you.
He said 2 because he's caught 2 he wants to keep at the end of the day.
That one there you go. 4-pounder for sure.
Clark in the lead again. There's 3 fish unofficially just under 11 pounds. Boy, they're fed up here. I mean, in a good way. These smallmouth, lots of food.
They're healthy. They're
Bob,
healthy. They got some
what are the
shoulders.
main forages out in Leech Lake?
So the rusty crawfish is the big deal out there. You got perch, shiners, what I would call like bank minnows, that sort of deal. There's no alewives or shad or anything like that.
Or gobies.
No gobies. Perch and crawfish are probably the 2 main deals. I would imagine most of these guys, if they open their live well at the end of the day, it's full of crawdads.
Brett Cannon hooked up. It's starting to be in 3rd place.
But clearly some of these fish are bait fish eaters too, you know, perch, shiners, because, you know, Chase was, you know, shaking a minnow there. It looked like maybe that's what Brent was doing. I didn't get a real good look before the hook set, but, you know, they're definitely fish eaters too. And as the year goes on, these smallmouth tend to relate to bait fish more than crawdads too.
I need you in this boat. Not very big, but it'll work. Yes, there we go. How about that? That's the way to start it. Hey, not big, but we gotta start somewhere. Maybe right at 3 pounds.
Man, it was hot on it. It took me everything to get that fish to bite. Oh, a little better than I thought.
Make guess, 2.5, 3?
310. They're fat.
You say 310?
310.
Yeah, that's a
See,
Yeah,
they weigh a lot bigger than they look.
Yeah, and the largemouth are like that on this lake too. They're just short and fat.
Really?
Short, healthy fish.
We're on the board.
Brett Cannon, 25 plus yesterday. Important to get on the board, and he has done just that.
Finicky right now. That took me.
Right now, we're going to turn to Brett Cannon. He's going to give us some of the finer points of his presentation on our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Hey guys, Brett Cannon here, Bassmaster EQ angler. Just wrapped up day one on Leech Lake. I caught 25 pounds today, and it is all thanks to the new dangerous swim bait. This is the prototype I'm coming out with. It's a 5-inch, and it's in that perch color. You know, today, the key for me was to get these fish to come out of the rock, and there's a lot of perch, and it just matches the hatch so good here. And the action, you know, this water is very clear, so the key for me is keep about 5 foot over the rock, and they'd come up, and they couldn't resist that dangerous swim bait by Bass Mafia.
Bass Pro Shop's top lure suits. It's as if Brett heard your question about forage out there. Answers with the appropriate swim bait.
We should see a mixture. We saw him with a spinning rod there. We'll see him with that swim bait. We'll see him with a Carolina rig as well. Definitely keeping a couple things open for options.
Well, it's Chase Clark all the way out here from Virginia on top of our leaderboard early on as we're into our second hour of fishing here. Easton Fothergill, our leader to start the day, in second. 7-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady makes his long-awaited NFL on Fox debut. He joins Kevin Burkhardt, Aaron Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi for the season opener, Cowboys versus Browns, September 8th, only on Fox. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to the next, let's call it 6 hours of fishing going on out here. We got it for you right here. Live coverage continuing from the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake in Minnesota. Giant lake up here in northern Minnesota. First time ever for the Bassmasters here. Easton Fothergill, our leader in the points race throughout this season of 2024. He's currently finding himself in second place after having knocked out 26 pounds plus yesterday to gain the top spot to start today.
Wow, you can see them really reacting in that 10 to 20 foot range, Bob.
Yeah, he's definitely shallower, but those fish are right in front of him there. He hooked up with them.
Oh. Wow. Did not think this one was that big. It's another one we need.
Leech is a clear lake, but it's not like a St. Lawrence where you can see 10 foot down.
They're not in a good mood yet, but.
And so you can see Easton's using this sonar there to pick off they're shallow fish.
Yeah, what was he, less than 5 feet there, and they were still just right out in front of the troll motor.
Yeah, they're shallow fish, but he's approaching it with his electronics there to be able to pick them off, where, you know, fishing shallow fish in the summertime is something we do a lot of back home for smallmouth, and if you got clear enough water, you can just use your eyes.
They're camera shy today.
But he is, looks like he's using those electronics to pick off these shallow fish. And
don't go back there. Stop.
It looks like he's got several rods ready to go, which is a big deal when you're fishing these shallow fish. Each one has their own personality, and you can kind of read how they react to your bait. If they react negatively, you see Easton put that rod down and pick up another one, and that's a big deal. Fishing these shallow fish is to have 4, 5, 6 different offerings and figuring out what they want to bite.
Not very big. Ow. But it's start.
Not very big, probably a 4-pounder, Bob.
Yeah, looks like a decent sized one.
Wouldn't make the 26-10 cut, but might make the day 2 cut.
Yeah.
4-pounder.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Just need
Looks
to
like
get 2
he's
inches
just
longer, and they'll be the size we need.
He's on a little shallow rock spine there. I actually last year launched the boat about, within eyesight of where he's fishing, and there's a real shallow rock spine between the bank and an island out in front of him. Those fish are probably just cruising that edge.
One more look at this landing here. Second fish for the man that started with the lead today. You talked about the clarity of the water here, Bob. Not gin clear like up in, but clearer, and they say 10 years ago is when the zebra mussels showed up here. So does that kind of coincide with the emergence of smallmouth in the fishery?
Very much so, yeah. We've seen that across the country with zebras. Zebra mussels, I should say. They clear up the water, and smallmouth, they're sight feeders by nature, and so the clearer the water, the more they're going to flourish, and so that's definitely what we're seeing on Leech. It does get an algae bloom in certain areas of the lake, and you can see 2, 3, 4 foot down, probably even more in the springtime after ice out, but the later into the year it gets a little bit more color, and you can't see bottom much past 4 or 5 feet, depending on the day. Wind definitely affects that too. But the zebra mussels is a big deal for the proliferation of the smallmouth across the country, really.
On the right is Billy Gilbert of New York. Been struggling all year until his breakthrough last event at St. Clair. Made the top 20, 16th place.
It's a good test when you have to fish all 9 opens to make the Elite Series. If you are from New York or Easton's from Minnesota, Easton moved to Alabama for college at Montevallo specifically. Not a random only school in the world that would accept you, nothing like that. Chose Alabama because of the diversity of fisheries to be able to learn different regions. And so that was his training ground in the college series, and now he's prepared to travel the whole country for the opens. Guys like Billy, who may be specialists up north, this is their time of the year to thrive. Last event at St. Clair and this week at Leech.
Yeah, Billy had a good event at St. Clair.
Power breaks.
Another good event here in a smallmouth factory like Leech. And I did a similar thing in college, went to University of Iowa and got exposure around the country, and it really opened my eyes to, hey, not everything's just full of rock and grass across the country. And Easton did that as well by going to Montevallo, and obviously you can see it's paying off for him for sure. He's a very well-rounded angler all across the country now.
When you think about the places he's had big success, Tommy,
Eufaula, a little different from this place.
Oklahoma. Yeah. He wins the bracket at Milford Lake. He's done so well at lakes like Hartwell for the college series. He lives down at the Coosa River at Montevallo, and then you come home and you fish places like Mille Lacs and Leech. There's your variety there. The only thing you're really missing is, I guess, the Great Lakes or tidal fishing.
Yeah, and with Mille Lacs and Leech, we get a bit of that Great Lakes flavor.
There he is. Got him.
Like Billy's
big one. Came off. Fuck.
Especially when they're so few and far between, Bob. They're big, but you can't afford to lose them.
Yeah, this Leech is a interesting smallmouth lake. We'll say that. It's a population that's still in growth mode. There's starting to be fish all around the lake, but it definitely doesn't have a population like a Mille Lacs per se. So a lot of these guys are getting 5 to 6, 7, 8 bites a day, and you drop one like that, and it's a lot bigger deal here versus maybe a Champlain or a St. Lawrence or a Mille Lacs. You need to really execute on your bites here to have a good day. If you're fishing all smallmouth, largemouth, you can go through a bunch of numbers. But the smallmouth deal here is still in development mode. It'll be really cool to see what happens in the next 10 to 15 years on this lake, but still growing population right now.
Let's get out to Texas's Dakota Ebear.
Man, it's a beautiful morning. We just ain't running any bass yet. I just missed one though, or he missed it. He just didn't get it. But it's a different day. Having to make some adjustments, I went to a spot I really thought I could probably start on and catch me one quick, and it just didn't happen. So I had to make an adjustment. I ran all the way back down the lake. I mean, I thought that area was going to be pretty good, but it just wasn't happening there this morning. So we're just making the adjustments and going to keep rotating through places and eventually run into them. I mean, that's all it takes is to run into the right couple, you know, hit the right spot at the right time. I'm kind of encouraged that I just pulled up on this spot and immediately, you know, I had one, you know, just didn't quite commit, but I think it was because the wind was kind of blowing my line and I just didn't make a good presentation. I really wasn't expecting that fish to come off that rock, but it did.
You got two of the most prominent figures and names, Tommy. You have the College Classic bracket representative, Easton Fothergill, and then you have Dakota Eber, such a talented angler, fishing at a top level. He decided 2 weeks before Okeechobee, he said, you know what, I'm actually going to fish all 9. I want to fish the Opens, I want to make the Classic. If I can make the Elite Series all at the same time, I would love to. And no shock to see them both neck and neck, and they both mentioned on the phone, what do I got to do to get away from this guy, because I keep catching him and he keeps catching him. I can't get any distance between each other. Yeah,
if you think you've made 5 of 6 cuts this year. Look at this, 31st at Okeechobee, 13th at Ouachita, 4th at Santee Cooper, 42nd at Logan, 46th at Eufaula, and 38th last time. I mean, against a field that size with that kind of talent, it's just phenomenal.
And then Easton's almost just as consistent, except he had a bomb at Santee and a win. So he has the highest of highs, but much lower low than Dakota has. And Dakota's just been steady Eddie, top 45 almost every single event.
And those two are almost 50 points ahead of the 3rd place guy.
Yeah. Well, it's fun being with the tournament leaders and the points leaders here. We're kind of lucky. Out of 208 boats currently on Leech Lake, so we'll take that. And we'll bring you much, much more coming up with Easton Fothergill in the lead right now, just ahead of Chase Clark. Step back and come right back.
Let's get loud for your champion. And now leading the points in the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite Qualifier.
Overall consistency, I credit that to being from Minnesota and moving to Alabama, because I've seen a little bit of everything now, and just, you know, everywhere I go I can pick little tidbits like, oh, I've seen this before, I've seen that before, and it just makes that light bulb go off a little bit quicker.
Oh my goodness. Look at the size of that one.
I credit that to being consistent and just taking it one day at a time. Yeah, so Leech Lake, there's largemouth and smallmouth, both will play in that event. I think you will definitely need some smallmouth in your bag to win, but I could see it actually being a mixed bag winning it. But, you know, there's lots of wild rice, lots of lily pads, and then the lake is littered with boulders. There's boulders on the whole lake for smallmouth, and it's a giant playground, and I'm really curious to see how it'll fish with the 250 anglers. But, you know, it's my home lake, and I dream about it every night, so I cannot wait for that tournament to come.
Tackle Warehouse Dock Talk. You want to hear all the Dock Talk. Now, how much of it you use? Well, that's probably in the case of Easton Fothergill. In this particular environment, you might want to use all of it. He knows what's going on, obviously, and he is the man on top of our leaderboard as well as our points race for the EQ qualifying. Chase Clark is in 2nd place, though. Chase Clark having a great morning here. Put some solid ones in the boat.
He was really, really worried, Tommy. He said, hey, I'm gonna have to try to keep my cool tomorrow, because I felt like there were some people on points far enough away from me that they weren't near my stuff, and I caught them yesterday and they came a little closer and closer, and I hope my stuff's not as pressured. And so this morning, getting off to a good start definitely calmed his nerves for being in this position in the top 5.
Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. That's a big one. my God. Holy crap, boy. Yes! Let's go!
Wow, that's a big one.
That one's from my dad. He taught me everything I know. We have 4 now. I know I said I had 2 when I had 3. We got 3 even though we have 4 because we have 3 of the right ones. That one is pushing 5. He's not, but he's up there pretty close.
We sure looked like a 5 to me. It was a
Yeah,
solid fish.
Yeah.
He may be a little low on that.
Yeah, that
Went in as 412.
Sure looked like a 5 to me. It's a great start for Chase there. Get some quality ones in the boat early. It's going to give him a good chunk of the rest of the day to build a big bag here.
Bob, we know you guys always want to be a little bit under so you don't disappoint folks, right?
Yeah, I sure do anyways. I mean, we get called sandbaggers, but I don't think I'm as bad as some guys.
Oh, no.
There.
No. You'd have to be real bad.
I don't think we go, Patrick Walters, Bob Downey. I don't think you're in the same category.
I wasn't going to throw any names.
We're not naming names.
We will. We do that. Oh, wow.
There's another big one.
Yes, indeed.
Looks like he's on that same little stretch there. It looks like he's got it to himself, too.
Not that big. We need them 5s. It's close to 4. Do 310.
It's another quality one there for Easton. You heard him say
310.
we need those 5s, and that's one thing I've noticed the last several years. These smallmouth killers, the Johnstons, the Jay Shkurts, Seth Fighters of the world, they're looking for those 5s versus 4s, which most of us are pretty happy with 4s, but they know they got to have those 5s mixed in to do well on these smallmouth fisheries.
Back out the Dakota E-Bear. Looking for his first keeper today.
There's a bunch of them on that rock. It's a good one. Nah, that's not that good one. Little one. There's a bunch of them on that rock though. Hopefully this guy will keep. $15 I think he's 15. Yeah, he's 15. Oh. There's several of them there. That's the start though, guys. Yeah, y'all gonna laugh at me. I lost my hat first thing this morning, so my bald head is fixing to get a good tan in the day.
Tommy, I wasn't gonna say it, but I was wondering, is he trying to get a tan on his head, or was it just something that happened at takeoff? So it's good to hear that he cleared that up.
The hat's gone. He'll never find the hat.
I think he'd have other hats in the boat.
They'll probably give him a new one.
Yeah, somebody's got
2-4. That's my first one of the day. It's been a little slower this morning, but that's okay. I mean, I just got into a new area, and I've rotated through 3 different rocks and had 3 different opportunities. This is the first one actually committed, but it's okay. We're just gonna keep rolling through these areas, and eventually we'll get the right bites. That's all we can do.
the tan lines on his head, though.
We can hope for, at least.
Yeah, well, maybe even
follow the hat
after the day a bit.
Well, hats off to Dakota Ebar.
Literally.
There, you got to get on the board if you're going to get a limit, and he's done just that. So he is on his way here.
You know, Tommy, we spent an hour without pointing it out, and now we're going to harp on it all day. Then he's opened the door. We're going to talk about it all day.
Yeah, you never leave the crack open the door for us to walk in. That's just a big mistake. We'll be nice, though. Easton Fothergill still on top of our leaderboard right now. Chase Clark put up a good fight, though, for that #1 spot. We got a great race going on right now. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake. Brett Cannon, Dakota now on the board. More to come. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open on Leech Lake in Minnesota, presented by 7. A live coverage continues here of Championship Saturday. We had our first day weathered out. All the fishing compressed into 2 days. Thus, we have the full field out here for both days. These are the top 10 to start the day from among the 208 boats fishing here on this massive fishery in northern Minnesota. Those are the anglers we are following with you all day long, in the boat with them all day long, keeping up with all of the info as best we can, though. Fishing, of course, until weigh-in time. Let's get a look at another angler from the northern tier of states here. South Dakota's Kenny Middlestaff. Getting with 20 pounds yesterday.
Little guy. That ain't gonna work.
Looks like Kent's maybe shaking a minnow too there. Seems to be a common trend again with some of our leaders. A little short there for Kent. Competed a bunch against Kent over the years locally in Minnesota. He's a great smallmouth angler.
Good to get a bite anyway.
So was he Kent when he was younger and he's Kenny when he's older, or is he trying to keep that young guy thing by being Kenny and his closest guys call him Kent?
That's a good question. I've always known him as Kent, but I call him Kenny, I suppose, if he wants to be called Kenny.
Hey, I knew him as Kent when I covered the Opens on the water, and when I saw Kenny on the leaderboard, I said, is that Kent's son, or is that the same guy? And so I had to do some rest, why I had to point that out.
Yeah, no, Kent's a great smallmouth angler. He's put in a lot of time, especially in our part of the world. It's fun to see him up top in the top 10 this week.
Here's Emil Wagner, our first look at Emil today. We've seen him on the series
That's
before.
a big
though.
smallie.
Emil, 22 pounds plus yesterday.
This is a tank.
Yeah, really, anybody in our top 10, they're chasing smallmouth all day today. They got a shot to win this event. See, Emil's got a big one hooked up here, and you put 5 of those in the boat, and you know, a guy like Easton or Chase weighs in low 20s, you can definitely come back and win today.
I hate this part so much. I thought we had her. This is one of those giants we need. 4.5 pounder. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, baby, get in this boat. Don't jump. Yes. Yes. Let's go. I'll take that over a small limit any day. Flatworm. That's what we caught every single fish on yesterday. Go B.A.S.S. 3/8 ounce drop shot. Heck yeah. Dude, that's a tub.
Emil on the board there. That's going to move him back up into the top 10. He started there and fell out during the course of the first 2 hours of fishing.
Talked to Emil last night, and he said, you know, I live on Lanier and guide on Lanier. He said, I had this dream since well before I was of age that he is now. He's 26.
St. Clair, all they would
started
do
a
is
high school
jump. Here
team
they
when he was
just
9th grade.
dig. Way stronger.
How does that fish make you feel about today?
It's nice because we know we can weigh him in. Been catching a decent amount of just like 3-pounders too, so I will take that any day over a couple keepers, so feel really good about it. Fired up, that was fun.
He's moved up our EQ points leaderboard after a bomb at Santee. He was 44th. Now yesterday he went from 10th to 7th place in the points.
When we were talking about the points gaps, he may not have provided himself many places of relief, but the points gap of relief is there, because I think the gap between 9th and 10th is about 30 points. So you've gone from being on the bubble position-wise to now well within points-wise.
You expect some big fluctuations today, though, with the
for sure full
203 guys still out there fishing.
Yeah, we could see a lot of change in the points. Yesterday was a big day for Emil. You know, trying to solidify that top 9 spot to get in the elites next year, and we only got 2 open events left after this, so it's getting down to the wire where if you create a little bit of a gap here, you maybe give yourself a cushion going into the last couple events. So big day for him yesterday.
One of those events we have left is Lake Hartwell.
Yeah,
and
very
Emil
close.
has won the All-American there.
Yes.
Emil did, so he's probably looking forward to that.
Yeah.
And those are 2 places, Bob, you've fished both of them, that the tight weights we're going to have, that you can barely be off the pace and have a bunch of people. So having points now will save you for Mississippi River and for Hartwell.
Yes, absolutely.
It's always fun to sweat points, right, Bob? Sorry you didn't make the Classic. We were pulling for you to make it in.
That was the story
missing
of
one
the year
event for the birth of your
developing.
child, but
Yeah,
Would have
it's
been a unique thing.
Sure was close.
Austin Cranford,
Oh,
first
that's
visit to him
cool.
today, the Oklahoma angler, real shout.
Yeah, right on that reed line.
Found something to bite.
Yeah, it looks like Austin's on the shallow smallmouth program too here. Something that's definitely unique with smallmouth that tends to get overlooked a little bit is these shallow fish. It's my favorite way to fish for them in the summertime, just cruisers, and it's a real visual deal. They're up there feeding, that's why they're shallow. You can come across the right wolf pack, you can get healthy in a hurry.
Come here. Golly.
So far today, Cranford has fallen out of the top 10, Tommy, because he hasn't boated a keeper yet. But with barely keepers being 3 pounds, this one could get him right back into the top 10.
Yeah, it's probably going to take all day for some of these guys to build their bag.
There we go.
They're chasing
They're all
smallmouth.
that size and bigger.
So we may see
We
them
finally
fall
figured
back.
out what they'll bite. That's a good one. They're being tricky this morning, but if we can catch 5 here, like it's done deal. All right.
Pretty good
4.5 probably.
Very good one.
Everyone yesterday was saying we want fish like that, but now because they see Easton weigh 2610, he has to say I want fish like this and bigger because he knows he has to make up a gap.
Yeah, these guys in the top 10 are really chasing down, hopefully 5-pounders for them today, you know, high 4s, if they're really gonna have a shot.
4.5 pounder.
That's one you need for sure.
Golly. You just keep picking the trolling motor up till they bite.
I think what he's getting at is you got to keep moving, and he's got the right attitude with smallmouth. You can just keep moving until you run into them. They're biting somewhere on the lake at all times, and if you run into a slow zone, pick up that trolling motor, keep going.
That's right.
You're going to run into them eventually.
They're all that size here?
All of them. They're all that big. Yeah. I caught, in practice, I came here, I was flipping these reeds, and I pan out here, and I'm like, surely not. I flip my creature bait at it, and it falls it down, doesn't eat it. And then I'm like, let me get my jerk plug out. I throw it over there, 5-pounder, and I'm like, okay. So I go back to flipping reeds. Oh, see another one. Throw it out there, 5-pounder. I left and never came back. Haven't been back since yesterday. Yesterday they were 3.5s. Hopefully today they're bigger.
He made a big move from 20th in EQ points to 12th. Jimmy Washam was right next to him at 19th. He's up to 11th. So they're in the hunt. They're on the bubble.
In contention for sure.
Yeah. Made a couple of cuts this year. Wash it on. You follow?
And we had Cranford at on camera at Okeechobee. Yeah, so really started strong. And his Tuesday night tournament partner Matt Pangrak came in with 4 for 16.5 yesterday, and he already has 3 for 15 pounds today. So Pangrak's around the size, but like Bob said, getting 5 is no easy task. The fact that he has 3 already is a good sign for Pangrak to get a top 10, top 20 finish.
Yeah, he's well on his way to a 25-pound bag if he's got 3 of that size already.
Tristan McCormick. Tristan with 1 in the boat.
Looked like Tristan was kind of in that mid-range, that 8 to 10 foot range around boulders. So we got a little bit of everything going on, the shallow fish, mid-range. Like Chase was out in that 18 to 19 foot range. So smallmouth are kind of all over right now. Kind of pick what you want to do with them, which is pretty cool.
Bigger than the first one for sure. Oh boy, no.
Oh. Can't get up.
That's more like it. Look how thick them things are. Big crawfish eaters.
So just like the Chase Clark program, Tommy, that's his second keeper, but it's really his first keeper because that first one we know was just under 3 pounds. So just a placeholder. Yeah,
Doesn't
just a
count,
placeholder.
huh?
Yeah.
Well, Brownie moved into our top 10. He's Easton Fothergill's roommate and is 10th in points. He just caught a 4.6, and he's in our top 10 right now.
All of them want to be culling out those 4-pounders at the end of the day. That's the destination of each of our top 10 that we're in the boat with all day long to start the day, the top 10. the way it shakes out right now. For the full field, still Easton Fothergill on top. Chase Clark right behind him. Good race at the top. Brett Cannon. Matt Pangrek, another Oklahoman, showing up in the top 4. Fernando Lobato rounds out our top 5. We've got plenty more to come. Really enjoying the fishing on Leech Lake. Next week, Big Noon Saturday kicks off a huge season opener between 8th-ranked Penn State and West Virginia. The Big Noon kickoff crew coming to you live from Morgantown. Don't miss the most watched game window in college football beginning next Saturday on Fox. It has arrived. College football, NFL football right around the corner.
Big kickoff.
Exciting part of the year for a lot of sports fans. A lot of them in this room, I think, here. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake continues here. Our live coverage from Walker, Minnesota, and this first time ever Bassmaster visit to this huge lake in northern Minnesota, I'm sorry. And it's presented by 7. We should get that in as well. A lot to cover here, but once we get started into the fishing, it really gets easier to understand.
Bob, Tommy's just a little distracted. We were talking about football, and he knows on Tuesday he's got the #1 pick in our draft. I know he's already thinking about, do I trade it? Do I keep it? What do I do?
I know. It's tough to stay focused.
No sleep till
when fall starts rolling around here. A lot going on.
Bob Downey, Minnesota native, Bassmaster Elite Series angler, our guest analyst today.
I've got 3 of the right ones so far. I got 3 4-pounders right now. Caught a non-keeper, and I caught one like 2.5 or something like that. So I got 4, really 3. I'm just out here offshore on a big point that's got a saddle in it, and there's a couple small wolf packs of smallmouth in the middle, and then there's walleye all around it, which I think is why a lot of guys didn't find it. But it's been good so far. I'm trying to catch 2 more big ones off of this place, and then I'm gonna start running around and fishing other stuff. But I don't know if I'll be able to ever get back on it the rest of the day. So I am going to try to get everything I can off of it and go from there.
His big concern, Tommy, coming into the day was pressure on his areas and that he's got to make up a 4-pound deficit. Started the day in basically 3rd place, but realizing I have a big weight deficit to our leader, Easton Fothergill, and he's done a great job of doing that so far.
Bob, explain what he meant by he thought other people hadn't found this place because of the presence of walleye.
Yeah, it's real easy. You know, you get a couple bites and they're walleye, and you're seeing fish down there on your sonar. He's, you know, probably thinking that, oh, yep, the rest of those are all walleye too, but he's probably fortunate to get a couple smallmouth mixed in with those walleye to really realize what's there. And he's definitely taken advantage of it this morning, off to a hot start, and got a good base to work with the rest of the day. You know, he's got 3 or 4 of the right ones, and you know, he runs into 2 6-pounders here the rest of the day, which is definitely doable out here on Leech, and he's going to give himself a shot at the win here. And pretty fun to see a good start for Chase. Some good action here on Leech. Looks like he's doing some hover strolling, mid strolling, whatever you might want to call it, and it's been super effective for him so far. You know, these fish have seen a lot of drop shots, a lot of tubes, a lot of neds.
Oh my gosh!
And shaking these minnows right above them is just so effective, as we've seen this year. And they'll probably get conditioned to it eventually here over the years, but right now it's definitely a super effective way to catch these fish.
One big thing we've been seeing, Tommy, at Champlain, St. Lawrence River, is the jig head weight variation. We've seen guys try to throw quarter, and they have to get up to 3/8 ounce for depth or for wind. A lot of these anglers, and Chase mentioned it, 3/16, quarter ounce. He's trying to get away with as little of a lightest jig head as possible, even if the bait is 5 or 7 inch minnow style.
To help the landing percentage.
Yeah, because the less leverage, correct? But have you noticed that when you're trial and error on some of these deals, especially with spinning rod tactics?
Yeah, you definitely, you know, your landing ratio seems to go down with the heavier jig heads. I think these fish just got a lot more leverage to throw that head. You got to use a bit stiffer rod when you go up to that 3/8 or ½ ounce. Another part of it too, these lighter jig heads, you can just hover and float that minnow above these fish a lot better. We think about a suspending jerkbait and how effective that can be when it just hovers and floats in their face. And with that lighter jig head, you can do that much more effectively with these 5-6 inch minnow profiles. It just keeps that bait in the strike zone, and it almost floats it above their head a little bit better and can entice a bite at times. Looks like now he's maybe picking up a wacky rig. I don't know if he's got that on a drop shot or not, but a wacky rig is definitely effective for some of these fish that are looking up as well. It floats and suspends a lot like a jerkbait does, and if you got calm enough conditions, you can definitely use it effectively. Looks like we got a little wind out there on Leech this morning, but not too bad.
And Bob, bass are bass across the country. They react, they eat the same type of ways, but it's very important to know the forage. If you have goby or a heavy population of crawfish, those fish are more apt to be looking down to feed than up.
Yep.
But then if you have a place like Champlain where maybe it's more bait fish oriented, those fish are always looking up. And so is that something that these anglers have adjusted to, or you've noticed when, man, there's so many crawfish at Leech?
Yeah, definitely. Champlain's full of alewives, and so that creates a fish that feeds up and looks up a lot more, versus St. Lawrence River is full of gobies, so those fish are down near bottom a lot more too. Here on Leech, we got a mix. We got crawfish, so they're definitely digging around in the rocks eating crawfish, but it's got a good perch population too, a good shiner population, and as the year goes on, they're always going to eat crawdads, but it seems like they get more on a bait fish, more perch, minnow eaters as the summer and fall approaches. And so I think that's why some of these guys are being so effective with shaking a minnow here today. And also it's just something different, honestly, something that these fish maybe haven't seen as much of. Doesn't look like Easton's doing that as much. He's maybe more imitating crawdads up on these shallow spines, but some of our other top 10 guys look like they're hovering stuff off bottom.
Back over to Kenny Middlestad, our angler from Sturgis, South Dakota, Ironman of opens fishing, been fishing for 7 years now.
Yeah, Kenny's put in a lot of time in the opens. He's had some really good finishes. Cool to see him up here in top 10 on Leech. Looks like he's up shallow now. He's a really good shallow water smallmouth fisherman. And that takes some time to learn and get good at. You got to do it. Put your time in to kind of learn the little intricacies of these shallow smallmouth, and Kent's definitely done that. You can see some of the clear water there up on the shallow bank there, but you can also see a bit of that algae bloom, and that's why you see Kent looking down at his electronics. Even though he's up shallow, he's still picking off these fish with the electronics. Probably can't see bottom entirely right where his boat's sitting.
Like his bio. Says he's originally from Sturgis, South Dakota, living in Minn-Kota now. His hobbies are boating, bird watching, and drinking coffee.
All right.
I guess you could do a couple of those hobbies at the same time.
Sure, or maybe all of them. Throw the fishing in as well. Beautiful shots here from this remote area of northern Minnesota, but hey, not so remote that we don't have a few boat docks to choose from as well. Maybe see those play sometime during the course of this day, or maybe not. See, we're all finding out about this really impressive fishery here in the land of 10,000 lakes. Live coverage continuing from Minnesota. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake, presented by 7. Walker, Minnesota, our great host community here. At the bottom of the lake, if you look at it in the map here in the northern part of Minnesota. Got 10 anglers with all day long. We got the full field, however, out there fishing today. 208 boats. Since we lost today, we were weathered out by high winds on what was scheduled to be day 1. That would have been Thursday. So we have to compress this tournament into 2 days, and that means the full field gets to fish on Championship Saturday. And there's the man they're all trying to run down.
We technically didn't lose day 1, Tommy, due to the weather. We lost day 3 because we still have the technical 2 days of full field.
Right.
So
Yeah,
we don't have to make that cut today, but that makes it even harder for a guy like Easton to defend instead of 200.
Yeah, the spot I started in here, there's actually a super steep drop off right to my right here, and it has grass on it. And I found it in pre-practice actually about a month and a half ago. And when I found it in pre-practice, it was just loaded with bait. And one of the days of practice, I came through here like right at dark and just graphed over it really quick and saw that there was still bait here. And that's all I really needed to see. I assumed the fish would be nearby since the bait was here. And yeah, tried to start here yesterday, but there was a boat on it. So I came back around here about 9 and I caught a 5.5 pounder here. So, and there's just fish roaming everywhere around here. But just like everywhere else on the lake, they're just so hard to get to bite. So just a couple more minutes, so we're gonna give them a little break and go start running some other stuff, and we'll check on them again in here in a couple hours. But super satisfied with my morning. Yesterday, I don't know if it was because of the cold front or what, but they were in a really weird mood yesterday morning. And this morning I thought it was gonna be the same until I caught 3 of them, so just gotta stick at it and work hard and the bites will come.
For those looking at the screen of electronics there, Bob, that may not know, that solid line at the top portion of the screen is the bottom. You know, that he has his depth that doesn't auto change. It's down to 20 feet, and he may get out to 10 to 15 feet later, but he's much shallower, less than 6 feet of water, and then out to about as 90 feet as far as he can see.
Yeah, he's definitely using that effectively up shallow. You're seeing fish cruising every so often. There's a little pod of them there in front of them. Sometimes those can be walleye when there's a bunch of them sitting next to each other like that, but those individual ones, or there's maybe 2 or 3, those are generally smallmouth. And what Easton was alluding to, or there you can see a bunch of bait, you know, leaving these fish and maybe coming back in 2-3 hours, that can be a really big deal with these shallow fish. They tend to kind of have a home, an area where they settle into on these shallow flats, these shallow breaks. And you catch a few off of them, you might break up that little group that was sitting there. They might get smart to you. You leave, come back in a couple hours, and they've settled back into their little zone. And you know, you can catch them off guard, maybe on a first cast or 2, and catch a couple.
Well, we've said it before, it has been an enchanted year, really 18 months, 2 years for Easton Fothergill. He has achieved so much. So many things have fallen into place for him, and he's hoping to make another giant step
Anyone
today.
in high school that wants to do this for a living, you know, you got to look into college fishing. That's why I'm here, and you got to take it really seriously and work really hard at it, because it's just a stepping stone from, if you compete at the college level, you can compete at any level. I've learned, and try not to jump ship. Just take it one step at a time and work your way up the ranks, and just work hard, and you know, anything's possible if you do that.
Let's get loud for your champion.
There's 2 videos that I've watched, I don't even know how many times. One's the Hack Attack Godzilla video.
Godzilla ain't got nothing on me right now.
And the other one's the Takahiro Mori from the 04 Classic.
I got go. I got go.
I would like to know how many times I've watched both those videos, just being like, I want to be that someday. And that's kind of what I'm striving for. I just want to be one of those iconic moments one time.
Well, the die was cast early on. He was a high school All-American. You heard of him when he was just a real young guy,
yeah,
right, Bob?
Yeah, 2018 was the first time I ever heard of Eastern Fothergill. I fished a state tournament for the Minnesota Bass Nation on Pokegama, and my co-angler said, you got to watch out for this Easton Fothergill kid, and he's probably 15, 16 years old at the time, and look at him now. He's kind of a budding career right in front of us. So
You'll have to watch out for him on the elites possibly next year. You'll have to really watch out for him.
Probably.
Wow.
Austin Cranford hooked up with what looks like a jumper for sure.
He'd have been a line burner.
Oh, he's off. Well. And that's how they get off. It's still shallow up there. He's very shallow. We saw him catch one earlier.
We've got 2.
You can do it. You can do it. Little update is that my fish are definitely smarter today. They're not getting as hot, so we're actually gonna have to figure out how to catch them a different way. I'm actually probably about to leave here because I've got some stuff that they only bite in the mornings. We've got one, it's a nice one we can weigh. It's like 4.5, 4 3/4. If I catch 5 on this spot, I'll have 25 pounds. But they're definitely not as dumb as they were the first day of practice. So we're just fish around here just a little bit longer, and then we're gonna go hit some isolated shallow boulders because nobody's fishing shallow isolated boulders. You can get on whatever one you want. Everybody's out in the middle. So that's what we're about to go do.
Only have 2 anglers with limits on Bass Track. One is Laker Howell, son of classic champ Randy Howell. He's jumped into 6th place. Beat his dad yesterday badly, 38th to 92nd place. And Fernando Lobato
from Wisconsin.
He's up to 4th place. I think he's just fishing this division.
Yeah, these fish
he
are
was
smarter
a
than me.
co-angler winner at our next event, La
Today
Crosse,
they
in
are.
2019.
Wow. And Laker, I believe, was a largemouth guy yesterday, held up largemouth at the weigh-in, so he had 17 and change. I don't know if he's topped out at that weight, but it would explain why maybe he's getting more bites than others.
Yeah, and Fernando too, I believe, is chasing largemouth, and I think you're going to see that here early this morning. These largemouth guys, they're probably going to bump up the leaderboard a bit, and I think we're seeing that with Laker and Fernando, and you know, these smallmouth guys, it's going to take them a while to build their bags. You know, Chase is off to a real good start.
My God.
Both those guys have small limits. They're only like 12 pounds plus.
Yeah, and there's
pushed it.
good largemouth bags to be had. You know, historically, it's taken 20 or more to win on largemouth on this lake. With the introduction of smallmouth, it seems like to win now on these 1, 2, maybe 3-day events, you got to have smallmouth.
Oh my God, that fish is so big. They are so big.
This was a 4-day elite event. We'd maybe see a different story unfold.
Oh my God.
I think largemouth would play a lot more in a longer
Come on.
event here.
You can do it.
Chase Clark, upper right's got the best limit so far today, 15 pounds plus, and looks like one's got his attention right now for sure.
Yeah, Bass Track will give away what species they're fishing for when you see Matt Pangrak with 3 for 15 pounds and you see guys with 5 for 12. It's hard to probably catch 5 smallmouth keepers that are less than 13 pounds. We're seeing 3-pounders every time they set the hook at least.
Yeah, it seems like the average size of these smallmouth is 2.5 or better. You know, there's definitely probably a smaller population, but with that 15-inch minimum this week, we're not seeing many of those small ones weighed in.
Well, one thing, you've been with us the last few weeks, Bassmaster Live, and telling you about an ongoing sweepstakes, and that is the Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes. That is the 2024. The newly redesigned Toyota Tacoma. The Tacoma's, of course, famous for a lot of reasons: dependability, performance, resale values off the charts. Hit the QR code and start registering now. You can register every day up until September 19th in the Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes, brought to us by Toyota. We're going to do that, and we'll be right back here to Leech Lake in Minnesota momentarily. I want to show you some very special footage of our very special guest analyst today, Bob Downey. I believe this is St. John's River, is that right? Back in 2022?
Yeah, this was day 4 of 8+ pounder that day, and came oh so close to winning that one. Almost chased John Cruz down that last day, but fell just a little short, but that was a great event.
That'll make you like Florida, fish like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'd struggled in Florida before that, but that was a good one to turn around down there for sure.
Now, another great moment from a great career so far in his 5th year. Our man here, Bob Downey, today at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake, Walker, Minnesota, presented by 7.
Bob,
great to have you with us.
We were talking about that catch earlier this morning. You were saying you already learned stuff about it, and you had another great finish at the St. John's. What'd you learn that week in a high point of a second?
Not to run around a lot. Day 2 in that event, I ran around way too much. I only weighed in 2 fish, and that was my demise that week. So I've learned to just settle in a bit more in Florida, which you hear so often, but it's hard to do when you're not catching them. But definitely learned a lot that week, and excited to be here today and learn a lot about Leech Lake. It's been fun to break this place down, and really cool to see Bassmaster in my home state of Minnesota and get to call this tournament with you guys.
Will Leech Lake ever be the same again after this assault for this week?
Yeah, I think, you know, the locals were a little afraid of what was going to be exposed this week, and rightfully so. We're seeing some awesome fish catches so far, and the largemouth, they've eluded our top 10 yesterday, but they're out there in big numbers, and we're seeing some guys jump into the top 10 so far this morning with them. It's a world-class largemouth fishery too, and as we're seeing now, it's starting to become a world-class smallmouth fishery.
And he may not want to, Tommy, but Emil Wagner, he told me on the phone last night, he said, hey, you know, I'm planning to fish for smallmouth, but if for some reason that doesn't go to plan, I do have great confidence in a frog bite for some largemouth. Yeah, and I said, just do the best of both worlds. Maybe catch 25 pounds of smallmouth and then just do it for fun. And he said, but if I catch 25, I'm not leaving smallmouth if I catch 25 pounds.
The more ways you have to show off, the more we encourage doing just that on this show. That's what makes it. It's what makes our world go round, for sure. And we've been seeing some good diversity of approaches today.
There's all boulders there, Bob?
Yeah, that looks like a phenomenal little boulder patch that Tristan's on there. It looks like he's swimming a bait above those fish off of those boulders. You can see a few of them hovering there, but a lot of times these smallmouth will tuck down into those boulders. You can't necessarily always see them, but hovering that bait above those boulders will really show you where they're at, and you can slow down and pick it apart. But yeah, he's in a really juicy looking area there for sure. You know, you see some of those boulders are 3-4 foot high. Looks like he's in the bottom on his depth looks like he's in about 13. It's reading 11 there. Those big isolated boulders are the ones you want to be focusing on in those areas for sure.
Back out to Oklahoma's Austin Cranford.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Watch this. Golly, and I get the rat. Oh my God, there's a 6-pounder with it. Come here. Come here. Stop.
Austin's giving away our secrets fishing these floats. It's pretty interesting. A guy from Oklahoma figured that out. That shallow water smallmouth.
Yeah, on the trampoline patterns.
There's maybe some boulders around there, but
6-pounder with it.
They'll hover
through
under
that,
those
and this guy come out of nowhere.
Is there some kind of connection with Minnesota and Oklahoma, though? Fothergill won in Oklahoma. You won in Oklahoma.
Yeah,
You're open.
Grand Lake Open champ.
I don't know what it is. They're nothing alike.
No.
I mean, our lakes are usually full of grass. There's not normally a stitch of grass in Oklahoma, so I don't really know, to be honest. I know Austin's good buddies with Pangrak, and Matt's got some smallmouth experience over the years, so maybe there's a connection there. I'm not sure, but what Austin's doing is definitely a niche deal to those northern guys that kind of have that shallow program figured out.
Now that's great shade, those little floats or tubes or trampolines out there. When kids are jumping on them, do those smallmouth leave or do they hang tighter? You know,
I would imagine they vacate a bit, but who knows? They're curious critters. You know, guys will go swimming on offshore reefs and smallmouth will swim right up to them. So who knows?
2 angles. Chase Clark there from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Chase, a good day so far. Best of all of them, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, really good morning for Chase. He's in an area that's full of life, when you got multiple species of fish occupying one area, there's probably a good concentration of bait. We often see that down south too. Guys catch bass, catfish, drum, white bass, all in one area. Oftentimes means you've found a good home where those fish want to be.
Second year fishing this full EQ program for Chase. He had a good stop last year at the Harris chain, but didn't have enough to put with it to make it through.
You start to see that, the guys who, the Shakirats of the world who maybe fish as a co-angler and get their feet wet nationally, then they jump into the opens and they're more prepared. Or if you go straight from college to the front of the boat in the opens, you're going from a team dynamic, and if it's equal, equity there with your partner, you fished in college, Bob, if your partner is just as good as you and you're both sharing decisions, now it's just on you. It can take a little time to click, and maybe even like a guy like Kyle Patrick takes a year or two of fishing the opens, and boom, now they're well prepared. And Chase may be coming into his own with the stretch you said, Tommy, a couple top 20s this year.
Yeah, there's some guys that come hot right out of the gate and they do well. For most of us, we got to take a few on the chin and learn a bit around the country before we really find some consistency in our game. And that's definitely been the case for myself too. And maybe Chase is experiencing some of that, but this is a good finish for him this week. However it shakes out, he's had a great morning, and these are confidence builders for young anglers to have good finishes like this in a big competitive field. That builds confidence, and that's one of the biggest tools in your toolbox if you're going to try and do this for a living.
They're starting to group back up a little bit, which is good.
Couple anglers mentioned, Bob, that traditionally when we think about jighead minnow or drop shots, it's finesse, it's smaller baits. And they said a couple of these fish were picky and wouldn't bite, and they said maybe a lot of people have just traditionally thrown smaller baits, so they threw the 7-inch, the bigger soft plastics that we've seen at the last couple of elite events, and that those smallmouth were not afraid of a bigger presentation.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Ronnie. At Champlain this year, we're working on a bigger profile minnow bait with the Rapala Crush City line, and I can't speak too much about it yet. It's similar in profile to one of the shapes we have out there, but I picked it up middle of the day, third day of practice, 5.5-inch profile bait. I'm so used to throwing those 3.5-inch minnow baits, and you think you just got to keep going smaller and smaller when those fish act negatively to that. I did the opposite and picked up a 5.5-inch bait, and every fish I threw at that day in practice was like they just came unglued on it. You wait for them to see it, start pulling it away from them, and they came unglued on that bigger bait. And it's interesting. It's something that we're learning more and more about the more we do it. But you don't always have to downsize to get these fish to commit. Sometimes they want something bigger, and I think it's because they just haven't seen it. And sometimes it matches the profile of the bait. Some of those perch on Leech are probably 5-6 inches big, and that's nothing for these smallmouth to take down a big perch like that. So throwing those bigger minnow profiles can definitely be effective at times.
Been an hour since Easton Fothergill's last keeper.
There's a great picture of what he's looking at there. Right on the edge of that rock spine. Fluttered that bait right down to that fish.
Not big.
Come on. Get up here. We need some NFL ones. Not a bad one. Bigger than I thought, I can't lie. Still need to cull them out at the end of the day.
You bid a 2 3/4.
You do 3 pounds. I way underestimated that first one.
See, we're pretty good here in studio, Bob. We said 5-pounder, he puts him in 4.5, and now he realizes, yeah, that was a big one earlier today. So he's going to be probably, no doubt, with this one in our unofficial lead, but probably was still in the lead with just 2.
Yeah, and he's saying this one isn't that big. That's at least a 3, if not a little better. And even though he may want to call that out by the end of the day, this gets the wheels continually moving in the right direction for Easton. Now he's got 4. It looks like maybe 5 here.
Tiny.
And even if, these may not be the ones he wants to weigh in, but it's going to give him some peace of mind here. He's got a limit. He's got a couple good ones, and now he can start running around and building on this bag and really try and get up into that low to mid-20s where he wants to be by the end of the day.
You said an hour ago these fish are not in the right mood yet. Do you think this is kind of an indication that they could be coming into their feeding time today?
Looks like it could be picking up. These shallow fish, from my experience, tend to fire more as that sun gets up, the day goes on. Looks like maybe a non-keeper there, but they're up there to feed, and you turn the lights on and it gets brighter throughout the day, and they're going to start feeding more. So he keeps bouncing around, continuing to do what he's going to do, and he's probably going to run into some good ones by the end of the day.
That's a big one.
Chase Clark, his nearest pursuer.
That's a big one.
He's 3 pounds back now, owing to that last fish that Easton caught.
See former elite Mike McClellan jumping into 4th place there on our standings.
He is the largemouth representative, the highest guy that was all largemouth yesterday, I do believe, 19 plus pounds for McClellan.
Got an Alabama angler, Matt Adams, trying to regain some points. He finished 147th yesterday, only 2 fish. Right now he's in 17th. He's got 4 fish, but he fell from 9th to 17th in EQ points. Big. He could regain 50, 70 points today.
Yeah, if he can get back up to 12th or 13th with 2 events left, that's still a good spot. But yeah, you can't have a bad hour on the opens anymore, it seems, Bob. Second you give an hour to your competition, they're gonna take advantage of it.
I got too much line now.
Yeah, you'd think with 9 events that you could maybe slip up a bit on these opens, but it seems like you might get one event where you can have a middle of the pack finish, and that's about it. It's pretty insane, the competition at this level.
Whoa.
And what we'd call a slip, it's no longer 110th as a slip. It's got to be 75th or 80th as a slip.
Not too bad.
Right, right.
Let me get the scale on this one.
That's a limit fish for Chase, I
Should
believe,
be
right?
his limit fish. If it's 3.5, it'll be his leading fish.
£3 pounds.
Chase probably has 2 out of his 5 that he doesn't want to weigh in, but he's got 3, and he's got a limit, Tommy, which is huge for these smallmouth anglers.
Well, he didn't have far to move. Started the day in 3rd place, but we're going to call it. Mercury move of the day, Chase Clark.
Quickest out of the gate?
Yeah, Bob, he talked about that fish number 4, that 5-pounder, basically, that he saluted to his dad for everything. That's the one that you want maybe to be your baseline. He's got to make up almost 4 pounds today, but off to a great start.
Yeah, he's off to a really good start. You know, certainly if fish number 4 there can be his floor for today, he'd be in for a really good day. But he's got 3 of the right ones. You know, he can get rid of those 2 with some giants out there, and he might have a shot. But a really good start for Chase. He's on a good little group of fish there. Now he can maybe jump around a bit and try and make some moves and take a little more risk and trying to get a couple more big ones.
Well, Chase Clark with a 3-pounder, firing back at Easton Fothergill, who had just caught a 3-pounder before that, and they're back to where they were. A 7-ounce advantage for Fothergill as it stands right now. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Leech Lake, presented by 7, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Into our 4th hour of fishing here for these anglers. Easton Fothergill started with the lead today, still has that slim lead, much less of a lead than he started with. Chase Clark giving chase to him in a big way on this day. It's been fun to watch those 2 battle it out on the top. Oklahoma's Matt Pangrek jumping up there into 3rd place, and former elite angler Mike McClellan, big star, Bassmaster fishing for many, many years, fishing these EQs this year. He's jumped up there into 4th place. Be interesting to see what he has in his live well. The weigh-in is a long way off, though. We got a lot of fishing left to go on Championship Saturday. Let's get back down to Austin Cranford. He scared up a couple of a little more shallow than some of our anglers today.
Chase Clark has the biggest limit at 18.5. Matt Pangrek has 19 pounds on 4 fish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up from 58 to 3rd.
Wow.
Yeah, and Matt had 4 yesterday, 4 good ones. He's got 4 more good ones today.
Matt's roommate and travel mate and Tuesday night partner, Austin Cranford, hooked up.
He ain't that big, but he's all right. Come on. Come here, you. I need you. Got him. Sorry. Not a bad one. On the party minnow. We'll take him right now. Yesterday I caught 2 big ones off this rock and there was 1 left that wouldn't bite. And that's it right there. I got another rock right over here. We got a trampoline right there. This one's probably 3 something. Stop. Three and a half. All right. Just a shallow boulder. Good deal. All right.
Well, Bob, can you take a situation like this, a pattern, maybe a couple of boulders in certain depth, and run it all over the lake, or is this place a little more complicated than that?
No, I mean, this shallow smallmouth deal is definitely patternable. There's certain zones where it seems like they might want to live more than others. It sounds like Austin's definitely found a stretch here, a zone kind of on the southern half of this lake where he's running this pattern. I believe he's pointing out another float there in front of him, and that's definitely a patternable deal if there's enough of them.
About every other one, there's a
It sounds like he's talking about this float coming up, and no one's really fishing them, and along with these shallow boulders too. And you get on the right stretch with the right bottom composition, and what I mean by that is usually you got some big boulders mixed in, some good sand, there's maybe a little grass, and there's bait in the area. These shallow stretches can have a lot of fish on them, and it sounds like he's just running a bunch of that stuff till he runs into them.
Well, it's fun to watch. We'll try to get that little audio glitch straightened out before we come back so we can get the lowdown on all these special spots on Leech Lake. We're learning as we go. And this turns out to be a pretty terrific fishery. We've seen a lot of good fish catching today, and spread out among 10 anglers that we are covering, and we're going to stick with them. Our live coverage will be back right after these messages. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7. Coming to you from Leech Lake in Walker, Minnesota. Having fun. Most of these Opens anglers have never seen this before the start of practice, have never seen this place, never certainly competed here or even fished here. But the man on top certainly has spent his hours here, Easton Fothergill. Always something to be said for time on a lake. Can give you a lot, and certainly given him a lot, but not enough to get away from Chase Clark. That is for sure. Good info, some intel telling us that, well, things have been popping out there on the lake, so let's go down and check it out. Maybe start out with our man Dakota Eber. Okay, we can't. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I see what's going on.
We know what the problem was. He told us about it. Lost his hat at the takeoff. He didn't want a tan. He didn't come here to Minnesota to get a tan.
I guess not.
No.
Maybe that's a missing link for Dakota.
That could be.
You're gonna get on him here in a bit now.
Puzzle might fall together.
And it may not be a tan, though. It might be a burn. When you have something covered up as long as that has been, and then it's revealed, you know.
Yeah, he's looking like his old self now.
There we go.
Sure things are going to come right around.
Yeah.
Hate to lose a hat.
Dakota's one of our former college anglers, Tarleton State in Texas.
Oh, that's right.
Very good standout, but really was one of those anglers who I got to fish nationally with college, but I still was a East South Texas, angler. That's my roots. But then he challenged himself and fished specifically a northern division of the Opens and other series to get used to different places, and now he's evolved into the monster that we know as Dakota Eber, second in points and really a threat on any body of water we go to.
Lots of success on lots of circuits. Certainly got the credentials to qualify for the Elite Series. Just has to wind up in that top 9, and that's what it's all about this week for sure. One of our big issues here is the Tackle Warehouse EQs. You finish in the top 9 in points for the season, and
you've done something big time.
If you have done something big time, you have landed yourself in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that is not easy to do.
26-10 on day 1. How good did he have to be feeling after that? He caught a 6-pounder, 6'4", our big bass today, like with an hour to go in fishing, hour and a half maybe.
Was it really an hour to go? Yeah, I think that was Easton's biggest bag he's ever weighed in a tournament on Leech Lake. He's competed a lot on that lake, and he's had a lot of good bags over the years, but to do that on day 1 of a Bassmaster Open on your home lake and 200 plus boats, it's super impressive, and just kind of goes to show the caliber of angler
so what we got going on here, guys, is clearly a bunch of boulders. We're just looking around here, but the key is, you can see there's just a ton of boulders, but there's not a lot of fish. The boulder to fish ratio is very, very low, to say the least. But the ones I've caught this morning, I hadn't seen them on the boulder technically, so I'm just kind of casting at the bigger boulders here. Just looking around, trying to catch one. There's 2 walleye right here, but seeing a bunch of walleye, that's the problem. but every now and then one will poke its head up here or there, and like that's a walleye. I don't know why I threw at him, but I don't know. We just got to keep plugging away. Like that boulder right there, that's a good looking boulder. Now you don't see one on it, but when I was dropping a camera in practice, it was almost like they were literally touching the boulder, so you couldn't even see them on forward facing. But we just got to keep hitting as many of these as we can.
Tristan McCormick, like our leader, Easton Fothergill, college bracket
Ton of
champ.
walleye out today.
Won back in 2021, bracket championship.
And both of them win opens and get to the Classic again.
Next year, yeah, he won at Hartwell. Did it again. Two special guys, obviously.
And Tristan really said on the phone last night that, you know, besides the fishing on Leech, he fished earlier this year for points. Bob knows that. The pressures of fishing points, staying consistent. Sometimes you lay up more than you ever would. And he said, you know, once I realized I was kind of out of it for elite qualification around the 5th or 6th event, I've been fishing around the 5th event. I've been fishing to win. I've been fishing for top finishes and pushing myself, being aggressive. And he had a great event at St. Clair, having another great event here with 2 left. We're talking about Tristan McCormick, and then we're also talking about Easton Fothergill, 2 anglers who have won the College Classic bracket and have won a Bassmaster Open in their following season. 2 guys that are rooted in history. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to talk about the 2 years of success that we have seen from Easton Fothergill. So Easton went to high school with his partner Nick Dumke in Minnesota. They both decided to go to Montevallo on scholarship, fished there for the last few years, and last year Nick and Easton had a fantastic season in college. 2023, they fished everywhere from the James River to the Red River. They had places like Cherokee Lake in Tennessee, even the Harris Chain down in Florida, and then obviously the championship at Pickwick. And they had, out of 275 boats in most of these tournaments, some of the tournaments had 150, they finished 17th, 16th, 5th, 29th, 5th, and then the first place came for Easton Fothergill at the bracket. Not only did he win the bracket, they also took Team of the Year overall based on those 5 finishes in the top 30. That got them the points win for the year. He bookended that success with the bracket win. That punched his ticket to the Classic for 2024, got him the whole package, the boat, the truck to be able to represent the College Series, and this season he has taken that momentum and carried it through. In the Opens so far, this is the 7th Open of the year. He's gotten a 7th and 11th. He had 1 slip up at Santee Cooper in 83rd, a 25th at Logan Martin to right the ship. He wins at Eufaula, Oklahoma in our 5th stop, gets 46th, 1 spot out of a check at St. Clair last time around. And then we also have to mention when he faced the best of the best, the 55 anglers in the Bassmaster Classic, he got 16th place and just the 3rd college angler ever to make the final day cut, the top 25 cut. So Easton Fothergill's 2 years of success, I don't know, it could be a career of success. We could see him in the year so strong, make the Elite Series. He is leading the Tackle Warehouse points race right now. And Tommy, man, the way he's handled himself. Bob, we also didn't mention, in that success last year, he ended up having a life-changing moment. He had the an abscess in his brain that developed during the championship where they got 5th place. He was fainting out on the water, having issues, went to the hospital, had a procedure, and got cleared after recovery 2 days before winning the College Classic bracket. To see that inspiration, he didn't know if he'd fish again, and now he's fishing as well as he ever has.
Yeah, it's a pretty incredible story, and I think Easton's definitely taken a new outlook on life after that whole deal. He goes on to win the college bracket, like you said. Life-changing moment there. Gets entry into the Bassmaster Opens, all 9 of them. An opportunity that, you know, maybe would have taken him a year or 2 to build up the finances to be able to do it. Instead, he's able to do it right out of the gate, out of college. They just so happened to come to his home lake here on Leech for the first time. Not a lot of national exposure, so it's been the perfect storm here for Easton. But he's also performed, you know, under a lot of pressure, and you got to take your hat off to him.
Chase Clark, 2nd place.
Holy crap, that's a big one. Oh, better come off. I might jump over there. Please do not come off, sir. Oh, wow. Look at that sucker. He's big. He is really big. Oh, don't come off. Please do not come off. Please do not come off. Oh my God. Oh my God, my line got caught on my rope. Oh, he's not done. He is not done. Come on, come on. Oh, no, that was stupid. That was really dumb. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Yeah. Hit you some of that. That one's probably not as big as I thought, but he's got a good gut. He might be a, probably a 314-ish, something.
He has a limit, Tommy, but
hey, 314.
Wow. Well, I guess it was a specific guess. Nice job.
He has a limit, but he really only had 3. So now he has a limit, and he really has 4 now, Bob. He's getting rid of one of the small ones.
Goes over there.
Yeah, that was a big call for him. About a pound upgrade. Still keeps him right in the mix here.
I gotta be remiss. I gotta say this. We're having so much success from the College Series. I misspoke. Easton was the 4th angler from the College Series to make the cut in the Classic. We had Jordan Lee back in 2014. We had Cody Huff in 2020. And then we had Easton, and Louis Minetti was the 4th one as well.
I thought with Chase there, we would get that moment that we've had 2 out of the last 3 years where a guy's fighting a fish and he jumps on the other side of the boat.
Yes.
We always love that. It's almost always with smallmouth. But hey, we can hope. The day is young. We got plenty more live fishing to bring you from here at Leech Lake in Minnesota. It's the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake, Walker, Minnesota. Presented by 7. This is actually Division 3 of the St. Croix Opens for this year. That's also known as our Northern Swing. Started out our last event in St. Clair in Michigan, and here, and it will end. This Northern Swing will end in the upper Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin, in the month of September.
What's great about that, Tommy, is a Division 3, where you fish all 9 to make the Elite Series, and you have 9 shots to make the Classic. But if you can't afford or don't want to commit to all 9 events, you can still fish a single division, and if you win an event, you can still make the Bassmaster Classic. And I think, Bob, the year you qualified, were you a single division? And was that the Centrals then?
Yeah, and there was 4 in the Centrals.
It was the 4 and 4,
Back then, yeah.
Yep.
Emil Wagner. Safely, I think I can say the only Open competitor born in Denmark.
No way. Dude, you know how I missed 2 or 3 over there? The hook point is totally flattened out.
Oh, no.
Wow. I'm talking about like... Oh, man.
Emil's got one in the boat. Good one, though, 4.5 pounder.
Yeah, it looks like he's made a little adjustment to more of that northern end of the lake. Unfortunate, had a rolled point, it sounds like, but maybe get a fresh hook on there and get back to catching them.
Emil said that he lost 3 yesterday. 1 broke off at the boat when he tried to land it. not going to call for him, but 2 that broke off on a jump. And he feels it was those fish were so tight to the backside of a boulder that his line rubbed after the hook set coming over the boulder or cast to present it. And he lost 3 fish yesterday, 2 that he said would have helped him. And that speaks wonders when he's 4th place coming into the day.
Right. That can be super difficult with these big boulders and zebra mussels, and it's a risk you take when you're fishing bottom baits around those things. You set the hook on the other side, and it definitely compromises your line at times. It's one beauty about being able to hover these baits above the boulder if you're not on bottom, and you do get a fish to come up off bottom and eat it, then your line's still in good shape.
We had 203 anglers go out yesterday. Only 102 of them got limits. We had about 10 not bring in a fish at all.
Yeah, I think part of that might be that 15-inch minimum on the lake. You know, this lake is chock full of those 12 to high 14-inch fish, and you know, the 15-inch minimum makes it a little more difficult to fill out a limit.
And that was for this. And that was for this tournament only. Normally, Bob, you say it's 12, maybe 14 sometimes, or is it just 12?
Minnesota is a 12-inch minimum as far as every tournament I've ever fished there. So it makes it a little harder to fill out a limit with that 15-inch minimum. It's one of those events where, you know, the weights were real good down to, you know, the middle of the pack, but you definitely saw it fall off a bit at the bottom.
Yeah, 10 guys over 20 pounds, another 13 or so, and 19 and above.
Taking a look at some earlier footage from the day from Easton Fothergill. Started the day with 26 plus, had a great day 1 and claimed at the weigh-in he didn't get near all of his good spots in on day 1, that he still had plenty in his back pocket and that he might not even need them today.
Yeah, that's the beauty of being local to these areas. You definitely got a lot of bullets in your chamber for Easton here, and it sounds like he started in a zone where he actually found just this summer, but I'm sure he's got a lot of water to run, which good and bad. You know, sometimes you can get running around too much, but I think that's Easton's style, and he's really good at that. You know, for me, I'm definitely someone that likes to hunker into an area more, but I think Easton is more that run and gun style, and he's perfected it, and it's clearly worked for him so far this year, and I think we're going to continue to see that today, you know, putting down and picking up that trolling motor quite a bit.
You heard in practice he didn't go to his good spots, so nobody could see him on him.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah, you run around in a wrapped boat like that, it's pretty easy to see. And that's kind of a veteran move, honestly, for someone
Scott
that's
Martin did it
22 years old.
Lake Okeechobee.
And, you know, for him to have the strength to do that and not run his best stuff in practice it's not easy to do. And it's super impressive for a 22-year-old. And clearly it worked for him yesterday. And I think it probably helped keep some pressure off of these shallower fish. We've seen a few guys up shallow, but most of these guys are in that mid to deep range that are in our top 10 besides Austin.
That's what I was going to mention, was that it seems like other than Easton, Austin Cranford is fishing a similar pattern. And we always think about largemouth. There are resident shallow largemouth, and then there's the deep summer largemouth, things like that. But you're saying the same thing for smallmouth here. There are resident smallmouth that will live notoriously shallower.
Yes. Yes. Yep. There's usually a shallow population of fish year-round on these lakes, and they're not spawning. They're up there, they live there, they're feeding up there.
Which is 7 feet or less, or what do you consider shallow?
Yeah, 8 foot or less. You know, I would say so for the most part. And you'll come across pods of them for sure, but it's a lot of one here, one there. You're up there hunting them down, and you can really see kind of the algae bloom here in this image. So they're probably not using their eyes to hunt them down as much as maybe some other lakes. like a Mille Lacs or St. Lawrence or something like that where you can see really well. But
really enjoying this Minnesota fishing here this week and learning about a place that's brand new to us, the anglers for the most part. But also, we just left last week a place that we love as well. I love New York. We say that with conviction. In the world of fishing, I mean, you can go from the west, from Buffalo and Lake Erie, all the way up to the Adirondacks, to the Ausable River, or you can fish Lake Champlain. And it's home to 6 of Bassmaster's top 100 bass lakes, and we were at the #1 last week at the St. Lawrence. Lakes, ponds, 70,000 miles of rivers and streams, and of course the coastline is massive. New York, truly an angler's oasis. So we say it, we mean it. I love New York, especially when it comes to bass fishing. Next week, Big Noon Saturday kicks off a huge season opener between the 8th-ranked Penn State and West Virginia with the Big Noon kickoff crew coming to you live from Morgantown. Don't miss the most watched game window in college football beginning next Saturday on Fox. All that getting ready to roll. And we are on a roll today for sure here in the state of Minnesota, northern Minnesota, at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake. First time ever for these anglers, for the Bassmasters, to come to this. It's turned out to be a very wonderful, unique playing field for competitive bass fishing. You saw our leaderboard right there. We got plenty more time to go, weighing 3 p.m. local time here in Minnesota, Central Time.
You live about 100 miles away from there, Bob?
yeah, less. I'm about 60 to 70 miles away.
Oh.
I grew up, just south of St. Paul.
Right now I'm fishing a boulder in 14, and there's probably 3 or 4 fish on it.
Billy Gilbert from Hamburg, New York. Got a lot of opens experience. Fished him back in 22, fished the Northerns. Finished 18th on the St. Lawrence River that we just mentioned a few minutes ago. He was the founder and the top man in college fishing at Elon University in North Carolina. Ronnie probably knows where that is.
Yeah, I know Elon. I did not know New Yorker Billy Gilbert went to Elon.
They all migrate south to go to college.
Yeah,
These
one
serious
of the
college bass
Phoenixes.
anglers, don't they? Not all of them. Not fair for me to say that, but some.
Yeah, where he lives in New York, he's right there just short of Buffalo on Erie.
On western New York, yeah.
The big block, the boulder, and then the fish are on the back or to the right of the boulder.
I appreciate you telling me that. Next time I talk to Billy, I won't talk about my fishing spots in North Carolina, since he probably is going to
save yourself a lot of heartache.
Traverse around there, yeah.
Wreck your spots out there.
Yeah, there's probably in North Carolina. Chase isn't far from there. When Virginia Beach, Virginia is right there.
Oh, right,
close.
yeah.
He's probably the closest angler that we've had in our top 10 before to where I went to school. But we probably had 15 to 17 college fishing programs in that state, just with how many schools represented.
Yeah, that's impressive.
And so whether you're in the mountains towards the Chautauqua region, whether you're down south closer to the Hartwell and the Norman region, or if you're in the central part of the state and you're near the Raleigh, Durham, the Triangle Lakes, as we call them. Speaking of the Carolinas, we've got the final day of the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Championship going on right now at Hartwell.
Right.
I think the top 12 teams are fishing. Got some guys. One guy we had on Bass Live at Santee Cooper. He's a Division I angler, Parker Guy. Him and Tyler Campbell, I believe, Emmanuel University.
Tristan McCormick.
Oh my
hooked
God,
up.
it's a giant. Stay on. Please stay on, Lord.
Just a big Bethel University star.
Please stay on, baby. Going for a ride, boys. We're going for a ride. Oh my gosh, honey. Come here, baby. Come here. This one's for you, Almond Papa. I thought it was a lot bigger than that. Crawfish pinchers in his throat. Still a 4-pounder. God, dude, when it jumped, I was like, whoa. Thought it was a great, great big one. Pretty one, though. Four-pounders are good ones. Let's go, baby. Just gonna take all day, boys.
Got two different dynamics here, Tommy. You guys are still wanting to win. These guys compete all year to win. That's the goal. But with it being full field, we have to almost take this as a day 2 as well. You do not want to plummet down the leaderboard and lose a bunch of points.
Right.
So 2 days of, even if they're just 4-pounders for Tristan, 2 days of 20-plus pounds will keep him in that top 10.
That one actually put him back in 10th.
My God, just caught a 4-pounder. Yeah. That was cool. Thought it was a great big one. Come up and jump. It looked like a 5er, but still a 4-pounder. Good one. That's the thing. I mean, I never saw it. I just pitched over there to a big boulder and panned away from it and just toting it off. So, I mean, there's some great big ones where I'm at. I mean, don't get me wrong, but it's just such a grind. The weights look really good in this place, but you know, I got 7-8 bites yesterday, and I mean, I talked to Easton. He was like, dude, you know, same thing, but it's just if you hook a 4-pounder or, you know, a 5-pounder, it's a big deal. We're gonna keep plugging away.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a common theme here the rest of the day. These smallmouth guys, they chip away at it ever so slowly.
So you can see right here, there's two big boulders, one at 30 right there and one at 70. Like, that's what I'm targeting, you know, just the bigger isolated boulders, not really pitching too much at the little ones. They've seemed to really conquer on the bigger boulders, more something that stands out, you know, other than other rock around. So it's kind of been the deal for me, throwing a minnow here and there, throwing a baby Z2, and then pitching around a drop shot as well. So I throw the minnow every now and then. It's just, I don't know, I feel like I can cover a lot more water with a drop shot than I can a Z2. This place is fun though. Gosh, they fight hard, man. Woo. Scary. Feel like you're fighting a tarpon, dude.
You can see him turning his boat left and right, moving on. He had pitched at that boulder, let it sit there, and started to move away from it. Bob, you said this place, what was it? You might not want to repeat it, I don't know, but during a commercial break, you said this place may have more structure than one of the lakes that maybe gets more shine in Minnesota?
Yeah, talking to local guys, it sounds like Leech has just as much, if not more, smallmouth habitat compared to Mille Lacs. That's saying a lot. I mean, Mille Lacs is obviously world class, and Leech is maybe well on its way. You know, there's still a lot of room for growth here, as you're hearing from these guys. They're having to chip away all day to get 5 to 7 bites, but there's a lot of potential here, and it'd be really fun to see what happens here in the next 5 to 10 years. Especially because smallmouth are pretty new to this body of water, and Tommy, only the last 2 years we've been able to fish for them in tournaments. So smallmouth, the largemouth used to get the shine. Now the smallmouth are able to dominate.
Great that the world's getting to learn more and more about Leech Lake through the course of this tournament right here. Very special tournament. 5 points of our year, to be sure. Now, I don't know if this year or next year is the year that you're going to check out kayak fishing for bass. I mean, the Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series is something you definitely want to look into. It's a chance for anglers to get into kayak fishing, to get outfitted with all the latest. All the tech is just growing year to year. The stability features, everything. Becoming very much a kayak world out there in many respects. Just had a big event on the Susquehanna River. Got a big one coming up next month, or October, I should say, in Shreveport, Louisiana at Caddo Lake. So scan the QR code and get into it. The Yamaha Bassmaster Right Waters Kayak Series. Leech Lake St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, presented by 7. This is a big tournament here, and this is the final day, Championship Saturday. Full field out there today, as we mentioned, 208 boats. 150 of those boats, of course, are approximately involved in the EQ, the EQ qualifying system at a warehouse, and finish top 9 in points at the end of the year. You gain access to the Bassmaster Elite Series, but the other incentive to performing well here, performing better than anyone else, you win and you're in for the Bassmaster Classic, and that's no small thing. So it's very important, both of those goals here for our anglers who are competing so hard. It's the last day in Minnesota. Let's get out to Jimmy Washam.
I thought maybe one of our top 10 would be largemouth, and I thought when I saw Jimmy's name on Bass Track, him being a Tennessee River guy, I thought maybe he did it, but he unlocked some smallmouth potential yesterday as well. And Bob, a lot of these guys thought about that in practice. They get to practice basically 4.5 days. And so some of these anglers started their week fishing for largemouth. When you look at the habitat at Leech, you just can't help but do it. But when you realize pressure of 200 boats for 4 days of practice, that's the thing that's going to get hit the most.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that was the approach of a lot of these guys, is to have some largemouth as a backup plan. You know, clearly some of these guys are figuring out the smallmouth, but they're having to chip away at it ever so slowly throughout the day. And you know, for me, if I were to approach this in a longer 3 to 4 day event, I'd probably have to mix in some largemouth, or maybe you'll go get a limit of them to start the day and then go hunt down a couple big smallies. But with the shortened 2 day event, you know, the guys that go all in on these smallmouth, if they can capitalize on 10 good bites, they got a good chance to take home the hardware this week.
That is a big fish for Jimmy Washam. Finally, he's got one in the boat. Off the schneid, as they say. And
there's part
he's a part of the points race. There's no doubt about that.
Made a big move by finishing 5th yesterday from 19th to 11th. Threatens to lose a little bit of it here if he doesn't get his limit, for sure.
He would be well served to go ahead and get that limit filled out today. Would make a big difference in his point situation. Grew up fishing in Mississippi, did Jimmy. Sheriff's Department patrolman and guide on Lake Pickwick for many years before he retired to pursue this full time.
37-year-old jumping in.
Yeah. Hats off to him.
Yeah, big day for Jimmy yesterday. Hopefully he can back it up today and keep his point standings where he wants them to be.
Retiring at 37 don't sound too bad, Tom. I'm almost there. Let's go. Like, we're getting closer. Bob, you only got a few more years. Like, we're getting closer to retire.
Good with that.
We'll see how it goes with Jimmy Washam. If he can get that a little more traction toward a limit, that would be a good thing for him. Back over to Tristan McCormick.
I think Jimmy will be one to watch. I think he had a huge, if I remember correctly, 4 or 5 years ago, had a huge breakout win at the Mississippi River in La Crosse. And that's our next stop. And so if he hangs tight here and doesn't fall today and is in that top 15 in points, next week could be good.
Yeah, many tournaments for him in the FLW Pro Circuit.
Yes.
Not a bad one. Easy. Three and a half. Look at that, guys. Just look how fat their tail, I mean, just everything. They're just an absolute football. I mean, these are the hardest fighting smallmouth I'm going to do the Cooper go on. Rub them, baby.
Tristan McCormick started the day in 9th place, moved up to the top 5. Pretty good outcome so far.
Really needs those 5s if he wants to challenge for the win, but those 3.5s to 4s can really, I mean, when others are struggling to get those bites for smallmouth, at least if you're landing those, you are going to have a baseline weight of 17 to 18.5 pounds.
Yeah, he's slowly chipping away at it. He's maybe found a little bite window here. I think that's 2 here in the last half hour to hour for him, and so he's maybe in one of those windows where a big bite or 2 could come along for him. Look like on the map, Easton's moved up a bit from where he was this morning and kind of into his milk run here and looking to fill out his limit.
He's 11 ounces back with 4 fish, right at about 15 pounds, and Clark, who's third, is like 19.5 pounds.
Not a ton of bites today for Easton, not really. It's good quality.
You can see picking up
pride. Yeah. College careers of all time. Easton Fothergill.
Yep.
Back in 2023.
Really dominant, Tommy.
Yeah.
Every single day of the college bracket at Milford Lake, he'd jump out to an early lead and really defend it the rest of the day in each of his matchups. But on that final day, that morning bite did not favor him, and he needed an afternoon, and he got it.
Right there, let's hold that up big.
That win in Kansas. A huge thing for that young man in college and his college career. And he's now threatening to make the big move up to the Bassmaster Elite Series in the top points position right now with 2 more events left after this one.
And we'll be live on FS1 in a few weeks on the 14th of September for the next Open. But right after that, we'll also jump on and do the college bracket live, this year's rendition.
Yeah.
So the way this year's qualification goes, since we have 2 divisions, so basically, Tommy, last year I showed you all those stats of how good Easton and Nick did in the college series. That was with 275 boat fields. That was with 1 division. And everyone funneled into these tournaments. We have split it apart and have 3 events for 2 different divisions to fish. and those have been packed out with 250 boats in them. So more college participation, and so you take the points winner from each division, then we'll have the points winner crowned overall this week, those 3 points winners.
Okay.
And then the championship winners will make the 4 teams. It'll be longevity of performance throughout the year, consistency, and then also sheer performance in the championship once again.
Coming up next month.
Yeah, and we'll decide. We know 2 teams, the points winners from the Lunkers and the Legends divisions. We'll know the overall points winners today, and we'll know the champions today as well on Bassmaster.com.
Wow.
They'll have the weigh-ins there for the college series.
Mile and a half.
It's like he's buzzing to another area.
Yeah, in between those 2 islands there.
Okay. I just want to do a running shot if I can.
This is Easton's style. He likes to hit a lot of areas throughout the course of a day and hope he runs into 5 big ones by the end of it.
Easton Fothergill. What a year, what a magical 20 months actually it's been for him. Our next Open though is our final Northern Swing Open here from La Crosse, Wisconsin, Mississippi River, big time destination for the Bassmaster Elite Series through the year. Should be pretty good. Bob, how would you assess the fishing?
No, it's a great time to be there. The smallmouth really start to play that time of year, and so it's gonna create a great dynamic with the smallmouth and the largemouth. The frog bite really heats up. The smallmouth get more towards that main river on bait, and so looking forward to a great event there in La Crosse.
That one's coming up here on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, and we're very much looking forward to that. More to come from Minnesota momentarily.
The 10-pounder.
The St. Clair Bassmaster Open from Leech Lake, Walker, Minnesota, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. And very close to the halfway point in our fishing day here. That's the way it stands right now. Chase Clark started the day in 3rd place. He has moved all the way up to the top spot, but not a huge lead ahead of the leader to start our day with 26+ pounds yesterday. Minnesota's Easton Fothergill fishing on his home lake, and Matt Pangrick of Oklahoma also having an outstanding day. Paul Mark's name appearing up there in 4th position there, so he's made a big move over the last hour and a half or so. The Oklahoman Austin Cranford doing something a little bit different.
Pretty good shakes.
That one's brown. We catching pike and smallmouth. We keep throwing that jerkbait, we might catch a walleye. I'm hoping this one's a keeper. He didn't look that big. They're mean though, golly. They should keep. He's short. He might be. He's gonna be close. The good news is they're on this flat. B15. All day, every day. We'll take them. Definitely tougher today, but they weren't on this place yesterday. The conditions were perfect. Well, actually, I know why. The whole town of Walker was swimming right there. That's probably why. 2.5, but we're happy to have them. The good news is they're up there in a foot of water roaming.
That solves half of our question from earlier about the trampoline. They're not swimming, but their presence may scatter them. Maybe it makes them curious, but actually swimming in there, they're like, hey, that's my boulder. You guys can't swim near that thing.
Yeah.
Let's get back out to Jimmy Washam. 3 cuts this year for Jimmy. Washita, Logan Martin, and Eufaula. He's got one on.
Looks like Jimmy's out there around Pelican Island, out in the middle, Leech more, kind of more centrally located portion of Leech. That really good offshore structure in that area. A lot of big flats, big boulders. A lot of really good, I guess, some walleye habitat too up there.
Walleye too. Yeah. We talk about the pressure that a place as remote as Leech Lake gets, and maybe you and I were talking about one of the best things going for it. It's got Mille Lacs in between it and the Twin Cities.
Yes.
So that catches a lot of people, right?
Yeah. Myself and a lot of the other guys that grew up around Minneapolis, St. Paul, we really don't have a lot of experience on Leech. You know, most of the guys that have fished tournaments up here grew up in the North Country. You know, Keith Tumas of the world, Easton Fothergill. Those guys have a lot of experience on Leech, but Mille Lacs definitely seems to capture most of the people coming up from the cities. So Leech is still a bit of an unknown for a lot of us, besides the northern guys that grew up in maybe the Brainerd area or north.
Right, yeah.
Still a lot to uncover. I live pretty close to it now, about an hour and 20 minutes, so I'll definitely be spending a lot more time there now. The town of Walker has really showed out this week, so it wouldn't surprise me if we came back, and I'd love it if we did.
Wow, look at the size of that boulder.
And that's a big one. You can see a couple hovering around it. Looks like a ball of bait above it, too.
Top of it, yeah.
Plucked him right off the top.
And for instance, that was about 6 or 7 feet deep, so that boulder was probably about 3 feet tall. It wasn't like just for ratio there.
Yeah, that was a big one. A couple of them around it. Sometimes those bigger boulders will hold just, some smaller fish like that, but at this point in the day for Easton, if he can fill out his limit, that could go a long ways. Obviously, you'd probably want to get rid of that one by the end of the day, but I don't know if he threw that in the live well or not.
I think he threw it back. Or
I don't think it measured.
No, I don't think it measured either.
Okay.
It was interesting to read some of Easton's comments after the weigh-in yesterday that so many of his places, he could go there once, he could go there twice, 3 times and not find anything there, come back and find a fish there. Because he had confidence that sooner or later one would show up in most of these places that he's tagged for this week.
And he said he didn't hit half of the ones he knows there either.
Yeah, as the day goes on, that sun gets up, these smallmouth, they definitely move around on these pieces of structure, and those shallow fish, they travel in wolf packs oftentimes, and you hit it 2, 3, 4 times a day, and you might run into one of those wolf packs. With these boulder fish, they tend to kind of be there most of the day. When the sun gets up, they might hang a little tighter to it, but those shallow fish definitely move in and off of those areas throughout the day. So you just hope your timing's right on them.
If you're just joining up with us, this is the Bassmaster Open. The Bassmaster Opens is the division of competition right below the Bassmaster Elite Series in the organization, and this is being contested over, part of the majority of our anglers are participating in the EQ, the Elite Qualifying System, fishing all 9 events across the country from February to October in order to be in the top 9 in points at the end of the year and get into the elites.
around them. I've had 24 to 25 pounds this close from my bait. I don't know, maybe yesterday bit a little better in the afternoon. I'm gonna keep rotating it all. And the short stroke, I had a couple 5-pounders just nicked the tail, but yeah, it's been a rough one so far, but it's all right. We still got plenty of time. 4 bites away from still a good bag, but I want to give a shout out to everybody back home, all my family and friends watching. I'm about to start catching them. Just stay tuned.
Looks like Brett made a move kind of the southern half of the lake. He was up on the north half this morning, still jumping around, trying to run into them. You can really see kind of things materializing halfway through this day with this smallmouth bite. It's not easy to get 5 of them in the boat, and we're seeing some guys with the largemouth, Laker, moving up in the top 10, Mike McClellan making a move in the top 10. With still some room to grow. I mean, there's 18 to 20 pound bags of largemouth in this place, so they could still come out with a top 5 finish or maybe even win it if they get a couple big largemouth. But it creates an interesting dynamic here on Leech with these smallmouth. They're big, but it's difficult to get 5 good ones throughout the course of the day.
Such, I got a trivia question for you. Name another famous athlete that comes from Kiln, Mississippi, where Brett is from.
Oh, who is from Kiln?
Bo Jackson. No, I don't know. I have no idea.
Not Brett Favre. He's nearby.
That's Brett Favre.
It is.
Wow.
Kiln.
2 Bretts.
Wow.
How about that?
Brett Favre?
Yeah.
And so Brett actually said on the phone, I said, okay, get this straight. I know you're from Florida. You moved to Texas. You guide on OHIV. How the heck are you listed as Mississippi?
South Louisiana, in Mississippi.
So he said his wife has family in Louisiana, and so to be close to family when he's gone on the road, they have located to Mississippi. And so he's kind of, with his open schedule and guiding schedule, he might be 2 weeks gone, 2 weeks back, 2 weeks gone, 2 weeks back. And so at least everything's familiar to not only his in-laws and his family, but also his immediate family. So I said, thank you for breaking that out. I was about as confused as it gets. That is about 11 hours from where I know you're always fishing. So how is that your home?
Kenny Middlestat on the right. Kenny had a little bit slower day than yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like he's still out there chasing those smallmouth down. I don't know if Kenny's fishing all 9 of them this year, so for him, he's probably in a position
I think he's just doing the northern.
Yeah.
I think he's just doing
last
Division
year he did
3.
all 9,
Yeah.
and now it's just a classic chance for him here.
Yep. So he could certainly probably go catch a limit of largemouth, but for him, he's looking to win this tournament and hopefully run into a little bite window here before the end of the day, and who knows.
Win and you're in for the Bassmaster Classic. Very attractive proposal there for these guys. Attracts a lot of anglers to the Bassmaster Open Series. We got more to come from here at Leech Lake. Got a great battle at the top between Chase Clark and our points leader, Easton Fothergill. What's going on, and we will be right back on it when we return. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake. Presented by 7. First time ever for the Bassmasters at this huge monster lake up here in northern Minnesota. Lots of different environments to fish in. You can fish the wind and the waves and the big water out there a little bit deeper, or you can go back into some sloughs where you can find like cattails and all sorts of vegetation, the tule type plants, pads, and even wild rice. Going back in there.
Yeah, wild rice is a big deal on Leech. It's just absolutely full of it, most of these little back bays, and that's where most of these guys are doing their damage on the largemouth for sure. Boy Bay, Headquarters, Sucker Bay, those areas, good largemouth areas.
None of our anglers on camera today are going the largemouth route, so we've not seen that, but hopefully we'll be back again to Leech Lake.
We've been on the struggle bus a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I mean, we're just not getting bit. I mean, I'm trying. I'm running to get areas that I know, have had fish and that have fish. It's just when I do get an area that I see a few like right here, I haven't been able to give them a bite, man, and it's just been tough, But I'm sure it's probably tough on most guys, I mean, I think it's probably just overall a tougher day. The lake is really starting to feel probably the pressure, that we've put on it over the last few days, and You know, it's like I said, I think it's probably been tough on everybody, you know, but I'm trying some real finicky, sneaky stuff right there, but that didn't work either. But we're gonna keep working. I mean, we're just gonna make the best of the day that we possibly can, and just keep working. I mean, like I said, I'm confident it's probably tough on most guys. I'm not probably the only one sitting there. I got one fish for 2 pounds, you know, but I mean, I could literally hit the right 4 rocks in a row and have 20 pounds even with a 2-pounder in my live well. I mean, I know I'm doing what I need to do to have a chance to, you know, top 10 in this event, maybe even, you know, if I caught a giant bag, have a chance of winning. It'd be hard to catch the leaders because they really caught them yesterday, but like anything could happen. I mean, well, they could be sitting in the same situation I'm sitting in. I'm sure they're probably not. Easton probably has enough sneaky stuff to run that he's not fishing pressured stuff kind of like I am, you know, but nonetheless, I mean, we're going to keep working and make the best of the day. I might even go largemouth fishing here in a little bit. I don't really know. I got a stretch of grass I can go flip that's not too far from here, so but we ain't gonna quit. We ain't gonna give up. We're gonna keep hustling. I'm just bouncing around from high percentage area to high percentage area, trying to put it in front of one that wants to bite, but I just think that the lake is just really taking a whooping over the last, you know, 6 days, and it's just not holding up to the pressure. I think that's the biggest thing. You know, these smallmouth are on very isolated stuff in small areas, and it's just getting beat. But this wind starting to pick back up, you know, could be a good thing. You know, that could get us, you know, get them kind of active, get them feeding again, and maybe we can land on a couple that want to bite. But I should not leave my poles down and run. Got to give Gabe a shout out for giving me a hat so that I'm not blinding everybody with my bald head. It's pretty nice of him.
Dakota Eber, give credit where credit's due there. Running down a few possible scenarios for his day as well. And Emil Wagner giving us our first look at fish and some vegetation, some emerged.
Yeah. Which means that he has not had a good day of smallmouth fishing. He has one good one, but Bob, he said this was going to be his bailout plan, not his backup plan, his bailout plan.
Yeah, this is a good look at what Leech offers for largemouth. He's fishing. There's some pencil reeds in there, some hard stem bulrushes, but that's some standing rice there that he's throwing that frog in. And that's, you know, on the smaller side of a rice bed that Leech offers. There's some that are just gigantic, but I think this is a smart move for Emil from a point standpoint. You know, he's spent half the day for smallmouth. He's got one good one. He's maybe running up there, try and get a limit of largemouth, then he can get back out and chase those smallmouth around. But, you know, for him, he's trying to finish in that top 9, qualify for the elites, and you got to have more than one fish today to stay up there in the points. We got a lot of guys on Bass Track that probably aren't putting in their weights too, and so Emil's maybe falling back more than 18th right now. So, you know, smart move midday, try and put a couple more fish in the boat. There's some good largemouth here too, and you know, he might get a couple good ones, but even just getting a limit today here for him from a point standpoint is a really big deal.
Heard guys on stage say that yesterday they only could get 2, 3 smallmouth, and they went largemouth fishing to fill out their bags. Hey, Matt Pangarek just filled out his limit. He's got 22 pounds, 4 ounces right now.
There you go.
He jumped up from 58 to 3rd, less than 4 pounds out of the lead.
He's going to be so happy at weigh-in, Bob, and so mad at weigh-in at the same time that he left one on the table yesterday, only brought in 4 keepers.
That's a tough go to leave one out there like that. You know, especially when it could have been a 3 to 5 pound smallmouth to add to your bag. But Matt's having a good day today. That'll help him in the points a bit. I don't know how far down the list he is, but
and he's got 2 places that he has experience and good finishes with the Mississippi River, and then he's been on camera in the top 10 at Hartwell in the past. So Tyler Williams was 27th in points last year, and we thought it was too far back with 3 events left. And a win and 2 top 10s, and he was in the Elite Series. So
yeah, Matt could top 10 the last 2 events and make a run at it. I know he likes Hartwell. He's been there for, I believe, the Bass Nation National Championship and did real well there. I believe the year that Caleb Sumrall won. And so, yeah, Matt's having a great day today.
And Matt still has a great chance to make the Classic and the Elite Series because he is fishing in the Bass Nation Championship this year on Grand Lake.
Oh, there you go.
In the fall. He qualified from finishing in the top 5 at Champlain a week before the Elites went to Champlain. Tommy, in that tournament, he was the top scoper, as you could call him, and was in the top 5 there to make the championship.
We'll see how long Emil hangs with this deal, but this largemouth bite, especially the frog bite and flip and bite in this shallow cover, can definitely get better as the day goes on. It does that a lot on these shallow vegetation lakes. You see it on the river a bunch too. That noon to check-in time is a prime time for these largemouths. So if he sticks with it, I might be able to get a couple good ones in the boat.
See Tristan's
got
drop
one right
shot.
here on this boulder. Just went back to it. He's right there on the left side, just went down. Another one coming in right here behind him too.
Got bait fish on the left under the trolling motor, and that boulder about 35 feet away from the trolling motor. See his drop shot going down there.
See how smart these fish are. They're there. They're seeing his stuff, but it's hard to get them to bite. You got to come across the right one in the right mood.
See 2 of them right there on the back side. Hard to get the bite though.
Drop that one right on him.
Looks like another bigger than average boulder there, which is that's what he's been keen on. That's a big deal all across the country in these areas that are, you get a big rock flat and it all looks the same. You're really looking for those irregularities, whether it's a sand patch within that rock area or big boulders like that are isolated. That's what those fish like to live around, and that's what he's been targeting this week.
Kyle Austin has our Phoenix Boats Big Bass a day of 5-2. He had a rough day 1. He's only got 1 fish today. He's moved up a little bit. He was 144th. He fell from 16th and
yeah, I'm just, I just threw a Ned rig in there, just something different. I hadn't caught one on a Ned, but they're a little closer to the bottom, so might be the deal, might not. Just trying to make one bite. They look like good ones.
You like that backing 20, 25 feet away from it, a little bit farther, a little bit of distance between you, especially with pressure?
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more. On Champlain, I had to, there were certain fish that would follow me right up to the trolling motor, and if they're in the right mood, they're going to eat. But a lot of times you got to have them at 50 to 70 range and try and hit them there before they get too close. Every fish is a little bit different. In terms of the mood that they're in, but I'd say in general, the further away you can keep them from the boat, the better. Smallmouth are weird. Some of them will commit to whatever you throw right under the trolling motor, but there's a lot of times where they act finicky like this, and they don't really want to touch anything you throw at them.
Come on. You thought about it there for a second.
You see Tristan's trial and error there.
Maybe.
Yeah,
throws a drop shot. Ned, now he's
working that thing over.
Yeah, he's got several different rods there ready to throw at these fish to show them something different. And that's one thing that's real key with this deal. You can really read how these fish react to your bait. So if you got 3 or 4 different baits ready to go, it may or may not work, but it's good to be trying different stuff because you never know what they might commit to. I've had it where, if I'm throwing that jig head minnow deal, I usually have like a mooch minnow and then a freeloader. Mooch is a little bit more finessey. The freeloader is a bigger profile, and if I throw one at them, they react negatively. I put that one down immediately, let that fish kind of get away from the boat and throw a different bait at them. So constantly mixing it up and trying to see what these fish prefer. And every fish is different. One might want the finesse deal and one might want a bigger profile.
Bob, one question. Does anyone ever fish a hair jig fashioned to imitate a leech on Leech Lake?
Oh, certainly. The black marabou hair jig.
Yeah, the black would dye beaver hair.
We haven't seen it really today. You'd think like a guy like Austin up shallow would be throwing one, but we haven't. But I'm sure it works at certain times of the year for sure.
And there's something to try. There's some soft plastics that
I'm sure
there's a couple brands that look exactly like I'll show you that in a commercial.
All right, good deal. Chase Clark still on top. Easton Fothergill in second place. It's been that way for a little while right now. Matt Pangrick making a big move up. Paul Marks, the Georgian, also in our top 4. 7-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady makes his long-awaited NFL on Fox debut. He joins Kevin Burkhardt, Aaron Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi for the season opener. Cowboys versus Browns, September 8th, only on Fox.
That is a heck of a crew to join, Tommy.
Yeah,
you know the rest of those characters in broadcast. They're
giving you an early alert on that. So you get ready to watch. We've got plenty more to watch, plenty more to see and transpire today on Leech Lake. First time ever for the Bassmasters. It's huge. Northern Minnesota Lake. And Easton Fothergill, our points leader throughout the whole St. Croix Bassmaster Open Series, sitting in second place right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's moved all the way across the other side of the lake, so he's definitely covering some water today. I think he said yesterday he had about 5 gallons of gas left in the boat after the day, so he's maybe on pace to do that again today. Up on a shallow spot there where that rock kind of falls into the into that sand flat, it looks like. It's hard to know where the rest of the 200 competitors are out there today, but it definitely seems like Easton's maybe got a little bit of a pattern to himself here. Besides, I believe Austin is up shallow too, but everyone else we've had on camera is kind of offshore a bit more.
None of our leaders to start the day, whom we're with today, seem to have a lot of people with them. That may be part of their key to success too.
Yeah.
Not having to divide water up. Yeah.
There may be some of the last men standing that are hanging with these smallmouth that must have had enough success with them in practice to really commit to it during the tournament. I think you're going to see a lot of checks cash this week with all largemouth. But, you know, that top 5 or so this week, these guys keep with it, keep chipping away, are probably going to be more your smallmouth guys.
Some have till 5 p.m. Central to get it done. That's our last check-in.
Yeah, it's a long day.
Wow, yeah.
Normally you have the nerves, Tommy, of I think I might have won. I only have 10 guys to wait through, though, as we weigh in today. If you think you might have won check-in, you got 200 to make sure you get through.
That's a nail-biter day there. That'll wear you out.
Yeah, it creates an interesting dynamic. You know, those guys, some of them that had 19 pounds, high 19 pounds yesterday, if they can find a way to weigh in a mid 25-pound bag, they got a legitimate shot to win here today. So this last half of the day, a lot can transpire still. Chase and Easton obviously in the driver's seat right now and have the best chance, but there's a lot of room for growth for the guys below them too.
Well, Fothergill gets his 5th fish, and it's a nice one, and he gets up near 20 pounds today. I think 45, 46 is going to be hard beat. Somebody else is going to have the biggest bag of the week.
That'll be difficult, yeah. I think anything over 44 for Easton today, you know, it's going to be tough to come from behind and beat him. You know, if you had 19 yesterday and you find 25 today, that's, you know, 44 or something. You might have a shot, but if Easton can, like you said, Suchi, find one more good one, and he'd be sitting pretty.
He's got 41 pounds, 12 ounces right now, and he's 11 ounces out of Chase Clark's Bass Track total.
Yeah, he's having to work for him today, but Easton's, his mental fortitude is strong. I've had a chance to get to know him a bit. I sat next to him on the bus ride to the arena at the Classic this year, and he's about as level-headed of a kid as you're going to find. And so he's not going to get spun out. He's going to keep moving, keep bumping around, and try and make it happen.
Well, he's already in the Classic, but it's pretty good odds he's going to join you on the Elites. There's a number of guys from the upper Midwest who've recently joined the Elites. Can you speak to that phenomenon? You and like Austin Felix and Fighter and Schlopper and Shakura.
Caught his buddy yesterday.
Yeah, there's so many guys that are good in the Midwest, and I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. And you know, Easton is potentially another addition to that, most likely next year. Super happy for him. I'm not happy to want to compete against him, but
right.
I'm happy for him. He's a great kid. And, you know, bass coming here to Minnesota this week is a phenomenal deal. We've got a great bass fishing community in our state, and pretty excited to see bass come up here and give some of those guys an opportunity at a high-level AAA level event like this. And I think you're going to continue to see guys from the Midwest jump in these opens and try and take a crack at making the Elite Series. We've always had great multi-species anglers in the Midwest: walleye, pike, muskie, panfish, and bass fishing just taken off like wildfire in the last 5 to 10 years. And I think you're starting to see those anglers that have been doing it from their young teenage years into high school, college. The opens are starting to break through onto that elite level now.
Can Seth Fighter take any credit for bringing these guys
for sure.
along? Inspiring?
Absolutely. I mean, Seth definitely blazed the trail on the bass side. You know, Jim Moyna was kind of the originator. He's now fishing the opens, which is pretty cool to see. Jim's been doing it for 25 plus years, but Seth definitely blazed the trail with Bassmaster, and kind of showed the guys from the Midwest, Wisconsin, Minnesota area that, hey, you know, we can compete with these guys as well. You know, I also got to give a tip of the hat to KVD. You know, he was Michigan, and, you know,
first Northerner.
How can you not, you know, give the tip of the hat to him? For me, he was someone I looked up to at a young age, and you know, coming from Michigan and me growing up in Minnesota. But Seth definitely for the Minnesota crew. There's Emil hooked up.
Going to be our first largemouth of the day.
Yeah, there we go. Some big line. It's a good one.
They sucked up in there. I mean, he was in the middle.
I'd like to see that.
That's pretty sick. That one was for you, Ronnie. You said you wanted some frogging or flipping. You got it.
You owe him one, Ronnie.
I appreciate it. Hey, I've been dubbed as the scoper on the set, but I love it all. I don't care how they catch a bass, and so it's
Isn't that
good
crazy how we threw the frog over that, and it's that shallow that many times?
It looks like he's punching there. There's a nice little clean edge on that mat leading up into that wild rice. You get a bay full of that stuff. If you can get a nice clean edge right up next to that mat, that's usually a good indicator that you're in a good area.
1.5 pounds.
All right, largemouth fans, there's your largemouth so far today.
Yeah, a little flavor of what Leech Lake has been known for 20 plus years, a world-class largemouth fishery, and Emil's getting to show us a little bit about what we've always known Leech Lake to be here in the Midwest.
And the strategy here, obviously, Emil has a good smallmouth of 4.5 earlier. If he's calling that a 1.5 pound, 2 pounder.
Yeah.
The sheer number of bites that guys are getting by frogging and flipping, maybe even swim jigging for largemouth this week, he could go catch keeper 3, 4, 5 really quick.
Very quick.
Get a baseline with a kicker smallmouth, and then go, hey, I have the rest of the day to maybe go for smallmouth some more.
Yep. Yep. You're right on, Ronnie.
If you're just joining up with us today here on FS1, we're here at this big time St. Croix Bassmaster Opens event, 1 of 9 for the season. Let's get you caught up to what we have seen today by rolling out our Bassmaster midday report, and we'll start with Oklahoma's Austin Cranford. Fishing opens for the past 5 years.
Yeah, we've had some high points with Austin, been able to see him on camera a few times, and obviously have gotten to learn more about this Oklahoma angler and what his skill set is. And Bob, you mentioned it, we're going to see some guys in that mid-depth range, 10 to 20, but we got to see Austin creep up a little bit shallower today.
Yeah, he's definitely doing something a little bit different than the rest of the top 10 that we got on camera, besides probably Easton right now. And definitely a little bit of a niche deal. These shallow smallmouth, they got kind of their own attitude at times, but he's been able to dial it in yesterday, and he's slowly chipping away today. He's got a couple decent ones and plenty of time left. The afternoon bite is generally better for these shallow fish. They get up in that shallow water when the sun's up high and they're up there sight feeding. So be interesting to see what he comes across this afternoon.
Austin knocking out 20.5 pounds on day 1 of this now 2-day open. They're usually 3 days. Shortened by weather on the first day. Now to Kiln, Mississippi's Brett Cannon.
Brett really talked about, he had 25 pounds. I mean, the second biggest bag of the tournament so far yesterday. He said, man, I could have probably caught 4 or 5 more 5-pounders. I had a boulder that was loaded up. It was the first spot he came to today that they were not there. And obviously, you hate seeing that, Bob. You want to save those fish. But Brett really thought, man, I need to save these. It is a 2-day shootout, and if I can roll up here and catch a couple 5s, it could be my tournament to win. It hasn't gone that way for him yet, though.
Yeah, tough morning for him. These smallmouth, they move around a lot, so he's having to make some adjustments for sure.
Tennessee's Tristan McCormick, another guy who had 20.5 pounds on day number 1, could do himself a whole lot of good if he could replicate that today.
He's been a guy who said, man, halfway through the season, I'm probably not in elite contention, but I still want to make the Bassmaster Classic. I still have a lot of goals on the table, and had a great event at St. Clair, having another good event here, and he has the opportunity to really capitalize. With Easton, he doesn't know what Easton and Chase have, but with them not being over 22, 23 pounds yet, the door's still open for someone like McCormick.
Tristan McCormick keep going, and how about Easton Fothergill? Leader in points heading into this event. Well down into the season now as it stands, and as it turns out, his home water. You can't beat a setup like that.
Yeah, he's definitely got an advantage this week. Not a lot of national exposure on this place. Easton's definitely capitalized yesterday, and he's got some good ones in the box so far, and still a lot of time left for Easton to capitalize on 1 or 2 more good bites. But definitely in the driver's seat. He's got to have a couple more good ones and see where things shake out.
26 pounds and 10 ounces on day number 1 for Easton Fothergill. That probably was not comforting to most of the anglers in this field here who had designs on winning this tournament, making their way to the 25 Bassmaster Classic. And Chase Clark, our leader, with a quick start today.
Yeah, he was very worried, Tommy. I think he said it 3 or 4 times on the phone last night. I saw people around me. They weren't fishing on the stuff, but they know I caught them. And I just hope I can get on a good boulder, 2 or 3 spots, catch a couple fish, and get settled in. And boy, did he. He had a great start. Kind of every single keeper he caught, other than 1 or 2, were the ones he wanted to take to weigh in.
Yeah, Chase had a great morning, capitalized on a good little group of fish there that were positioned right, and he got healthy in a hurry. He still got some time this afternoon to upgrade a bit, but using that hover strolling, mid-strolling technique this morning for fish that are bottom related, showing them something a little different that they haven't seen the last probably 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And definitely capitalize it on it this morning.
Oh my gosh.
And an up and down year to be sure for Chase Clark. And this one will count as a high point for him. Angler from Virginia Beach, Virginia, looking very much at home here in northern Minnesota so far today, and trying to hang on to that lead, what it would mean to him.
He said it on the phone last night. I'm kind of tripped out that I'm 5 bass away from making the Bassmaster Classic. Like, I could win it tomorrow, and so for Chase to get off to a good start, he's keeping his head in the right space. And Bob, you said there's multiple ways to approach it. There's different forages, and this is putting that bait above their head is not something that they're used to. And so maybe he's found an open window bite.
Yeah, for sure. You know, he's probably keying in more on that perch shiner bite that these smallmouth are keyed in on, and something a little different. Obviously, it's becoming more popular, and they're going to see it a lot more now going forward. But up until this point, you know, a lot of drop shots, tubes, neds, and so he's keying in on that bait fish profile bite. And good week for Chase this week. Good confidence builder, no matter how this thing shakes out. Maybe Classic qualified. If not, it's something he can build on for sure going forward. And that's a big key for these anglers that are just starting their career. You know, you never quite know if you can hang at this level, and you know, he's had a great week, and this is going to go a long ways towards building some confidence for him.
Started his day with 4-pounder just immediately after takeoff, about 20 minutes after takeoff, followed it with another 4, and then almost a 5, just under a 5. His first 3 fish of the day. We're going to stay on Chase Clark today, that is for sure. Maybe he could get the big job done, qualifying for the Bassmaster Classic, and as you say, Bob, this is all good for him on every level, otherwise, too.
Yes, absolutely.
Qualifying or not.
Absolutely. Good week for Chase here at Leech, and see how it shakes out this afternoon.
Good and could be great, Tommy.
Could be great, could be great. Easton Fothergill holding close to that second spot there. Pangret, Mark, and McCormick rounding out your top 5. We will be right back to Leech Lake. St. Croix Bassmaster Open on Leech Lake in Minnesota, presented by 7. Our live coverage continuing on. This is the championship day, championship Saturday here. And we'll have a winner. That weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Eastern time in Walker, Minnesota. Our fantastic host community. Definitely want to say that. The sights that we have seen here are just breathtaking here. Beautiful, beautiful remote place in the northern part of the United States of America, right in the middle.
While Clark and Fothergill have seesawed back and forth with the lead, the only other one who started the day in the top 10 in there is still Brett Cannon, and he's 10th. Evan Kung just moved into 6th place.
Wow. That's a huge point stay for
Tristan McCormick still there, though.
Our former leader in points, Evan Kung.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that was freaking sick.
That looks fun.
I do have my... That's so fun. Pit boss.
He's close.
So weird. I flipped like 6 inches around every one of those flips. Gotta hit him right in the head.
You can see that little isolated point where that fish came off of. Those little differences are a big deal in that rice. There's rice fields for miles on Leech, and
I'm sure they're bigger, but whatever.
Picking out those little points, little inside turns can be what you need to key on out there.
Such, you talked about it. A lot of our top 10 guys have fallen out, but Tommy, I mean, he could get keeper. He got keeper 2 and 3 very quick. He could get 4 and 5 and be back in the top 10. And now, okay, now let's turn our attention to trying to win now again. I've secured my limit.
He gave us fair warning. We heard him, you know, right before takeoff. A little bit clips we showed of some of our anglers said, I can go largemouth. I may do that.
Bo Browning just caught a 314 to get up close to 18 pounds and move into 4th place. He's Father Gill's road roommate. And we're talking to their
Oh, that's
dad,
right,
former
yeah.
elite Stephen Browning, open winner, said they got the country covered. Where,
No kidding.
you know, Bo learning this part of the world in Arkansas.
Yeah, big week for Bo. He's, you know, just outside that top 9. You know, if he can continue to move up in the standings today, that's going to help him in the points. He might be in the top 9 going into lacrosse. So big couple days for Bo Browning.
Bo got to kind of transition with the Opens, Tommy, on the summer break as we headed north for the summer break. He's done with college and could learn with Easton up here for a few months.
Both of them are grads now?
Yep, I believe they both graduated the day after Logan Martin.
All right.
That was a big one. I didn't think they were that big.
It's like Easton's hooked up.
Yeah, Chase, our leader, just lost one. Easton, his closest pursuer, is trying to still catch keeper number 5.
Ain't nearly as big, but
Could be a real key.
5. Now we gotta hunt down the bigs.
5th bite. I think that looks like a keeper. Yeah.
Still got time. Two and 3/4.
Still got time, got plenty of time. As you said, Bob, and we've seen there's other smallmouth locations in recent years that high noon can be really, really productive.
Yeah, it definitely can be. Easton's got a lot of time left today. You know, for whatever reason, these smallmouth, they act almost opposite of largemouth. When that sun comes out and gets bright midday, they like to get out and roam away from cover on these shallow flats. In deeper flats, they'll kind of hang tight to boulders and whatnot, but you can see that's a good picture of what he's fishing on that shallow flat. There's some sand, there's probably a mix of some grass and some rock, and they get active, you know, from here till check-in, sunny day like this. Good opportunities to put some more good ones in the boat for Easton for sure.
2 3/4 gives him almost 18 on the day, and his total is 44.5.
44.5. That was a big, I know that wasn't a big fish, but that was a big one for Easton to put in the live well and fill out his limit for sure.
When you think about weights doubling, you know, you see someone catch 20 pounds yesterday, you assume that maybe they're going to be around 40 for 2 days. And we think about that for cut lines oftentimes on the Elite Series and things of making it to day 3. But when we think about the leaderboard, yes, 26 was Easton's weight, 25 was Brett. But Chase, Emil, Jimmy, all those guys were 22 pounds. So 44 is going to be, if they put the same output, Brett's the only one who's really above par at that point then.
Right, right. Yeah, still a lot of room to grow for these guys that had those 20 to 22 pound bags yesterday, Jimmy being one of them. Hooked up here, still a lot of room to grow.
Need some more keepers.
A lot of weight to add to that bottom line.
That one's not a walleye this time. That is a good thing for Jimmy. We're having some issues with his audio.
Mm-hmm. Jimmy, one of 2 Tennessee anglers in our top 10. start the day.
If he's in this Pelican Island region, is that a similar depth zone we're seeing some other guys, or does it have the ability to drop off much deeper in the middle of the lake?
Yeah, it kind of has everything. You know, the closer you get to that island, the shallower. There's a big shallow flat there with a bunch of boulders. There's kind of that mid-range depth. I haven't been able to see what depth range Jimmy's in, but then it also falls off kind of into the main basin of the lake too in that area. So well-known area for smallmouth, and I don't know if that's where he was yesterday, but definitely potential for a big bag in that area.
Second keeper, no big ones yet, but getting a limit, very, very important, just like it is in every tournament everywhere.
Yeah, I think Jimmy was one of those guys that bumped up the point standings a lot yesterday too. So, you know, even if he doesn't come in with 20 plus today, getting the limit could be a big deal for him, maintaining his points going into the river where he's done well in the past, and then finishing out at Hartwell. So getting 3 more keepers in the boat is going to be a big deal for his end of the year standings for sure.
And we think about guys who maybe have had good success in the past, and we think that that could lend to possible future success. But Bob, did you think Grand Lake was going to be your Bassmaster breakthrough and winning?
No, definitely not. I didn't see that coming. That just set up perfectly for me. The water had been high all year at Grand, and it was still high when we got there. So I felt at home flipping buckbrush and willows, and just kind of was a meant to be sort of deal that year for sure.
Well, we're all feeling a little bit more familiar with Leech Lake as we unfold everything that's happening on this one day we're going to get to visit here on Bassmaster Live. And definitely worth the trip, that is for sure. Easton Fothergill, important for him. You talk about importance of getting a limit. He did that. He's got that done. Now he can go hunting the big ones. That's what he told us. We'll be right back. Next week, Big Noon Saturday kicks off a huge season opener between 8th-ranked Penn State and West Virginia, with the Big Noon kickoff crew coming to you live from Morgantown. Don't miss the most watched game window in college football beginning next Saturday on Fox. We have a lot of stories working at that game all around the world of college football. This is the big thing going on. And, well, there's another big thing going on in bass fishing this weekend, too. Big college events.
Yeah, college championship.
College
culmination
and
of the
pro
whole
actions.
season.
Same thing, different sport. About Emil Wagner. Our only anglers kind of focusing on the largemouth among the anglers we're covering today.
And not by choice, by bailout, by necessity. Yes, necessity. It's fun, but man, it's more scary to not have a limit of smallmouth than it is to have a limit of largemouth. You know?
It's far from a lock. Yeah. Fun to watch, though.
Yeah. Emil's up in Steamboat, which is a really popular largemouth area. Kind of tucked back in the middle portion of it, it looks like. It's wild rice that he's fishing there. That we're in the middle of harvest season for the wild rice. There's a bunch of it on Leech.
Leech Lake is not laid out like Mille Lacs, what you think of as a big bowl. It's got a lot of different lobes, about 5 different rivers coming in here and just one outflow. So it's sort of divided up that way, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's got a lot of nooks and crannies compared to Mille Lacs, which kind of lends itself to that largemouth deal. The Mississippi River actually flows through Leech Lake, so flows into it, and then the main outlet out of Leech is the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
And creates a lot of great largemouth habitat, which we're getting to see from Emil. And it looks like also Dakota flipped over to some largemouth here. Looks like he's maybe punching through that stuff. It's got most every type of vegetation you would want outside of, we don't have hydrilla in Minnesota, but we've got rice and hard stem reeds, cattails, pads, dollar pads. There's some milfoil in Leech now, I guess.
A lot of guys were complaining that the reeds were really stout, that they had a tough time breaking them with their line.
Yeah, those pencil reeds bulrushes, buggy whips, whatever you want to call them, or that hard stem reed can be an absolute bear to get one out of if you hook one deep back into that stuff.
We almost saw it there. Or maybe just snagging his hook.
Yeah. Got Dakota joining in the fun there.
That's going to be huge for his points deal. You want to make the top 9 and make the Elite Series, but the opportunity to win, St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, Angler of the Year would be huge for him.
Mm-hmm.
Good momentum and a good top prize that would really take the pressure off of entering your first year on the Elite Series.
Yeah, both these guys trying to salvage some points right now. Middle part of the day, put some fish in the box and hopefully get back out.
Is it hard for you to find the frog every cast?
Chase those brown fish.
Is it hard for you to find the frog every cast?
Bob, living real close to the lake, how much did you hear about this event? Did a lot of people talk to you, ask you questions about it?
I mean, once it came on the schedule, it was like a fevered pitch of talk throughout the whole state, honestly. When Bassmaster comes to Minnesota, we've got a real good core group of bass heads in our state, and we're all excited to have bass here and showcase the lake and kind of see what it produced, really.
Need you to be long, buddy.
You're not really that scared about giving away the secret of Leech Lake.
Well, I think the locals, we like to keep things to ourselves, as most people do with a good fishery. But so there's some that may have been bummed about it, but I think, overall, people are really excited to have bass come to the state and showcase the fishing that we have. It's a phenomenal place in the country to go bass fishing, and we're really lucky to have what we have in our state. Not only Leech, Mille Lacs, the river, but we've got so many small lakes across the state that are just phenomenal, and honestly, some of the best bass fishing in the entire country.
Yeah, a lot of pros showed out. There's 32 guys from Minnesota, 203, 18 from, but the co-anglers, of the 102 co-anglers, 44 are from Minnesota.
Yeah, that just goes to show you the excitement level from our guys in Minnesota wanting to get into some of these bigger events, and for bass to come close to home like that's a pretty cool deal, and they get to experience not only maybe this event, but I know there's a lot of guys that jumped into all the Northerns, fish St. Clair. They're here at Leech this week, and then get to go down to La Crosse and try and pop a win and have a chance at the Classic. So it's been a pretty cool deal to have Bassmaster in my home state of Minnesota this week.
Kind of get a best of both worlds, or all the worlds, if you signed up for the Northern Opens, the Division III this year, because St. Clair is a bowl, featureless, sandy, a little bit of grass. Then and all smallmouth really that you're going to focus on. Here you can do both if you want to, and it's boulder fishing, structure fishing, and then Mississippi River. You could fish for both species as well, or just go frogging, and you really kind of got to be multi-verse to do this division. Yeah,
for sure. It definitely offered a lot of variety this year. The river is just a different animal. You have the smallmouth and largemouth there, which we've got on Leech this week, but the current changes things on the river and creates a different dynamic, and those smallmouth live differently on the river than they do here on Leech. And the largemouth fishing is somewhat similar here compared to the river, but it's a cool northern schedule this year for sure.
Really fun catching up on Minnesota bass fishing. I guess Minnetonka's still great.
Yeah. Minnetonka's still kicking them out. It's a lot more pressured these days than it used to be, and there's maybe not as much milfoil in there anymore, but there's still good weights coming out of there in local tournaments too. So a lot of great opportunities in our state, and I think that's why you're seeing more and more guys come out of Minnesota and fish these, whether it's the open level or get onto the Elite Series. It's a great training ground for people from our area for sure. The only thing we don't really have is tidal water and man-made reservoirs, but we got good smallmouth fisheries, shallow, deep largemouth. With the Mississippi River, you get to experience current. So A lot of opportunity in our area for sure.
Brett Cannon had such a great start yesterday. He's only with 2 fish today, yet has only 1 spot outside the top 10. As it stands right now, wouldn't take him long to get back in the conversation.
Yeah, you could certainly run into a group of them here before the end of the day. It's been a tougher start for him, but you keep bouncing around and keep a positive mindset. You never know what can happen on these smallmouth fisheries. Leech has definitely got big ones in it, and you can stack up 5 of them in a hurry if you get in the right stretch.
Canadian Jamie Bruce just knocked Cannon out. He got in our top 10 at 8th. He just knocked Cannon to 11th.
Yeah, Jamie having another good day. It sounds like he maybe jumped off a good one late yesterday that would have had him in that 22, 23 pound range, but Jamie's as good as it gets from a smallmouth angler standpoint. I don't think he's been outside the top 10 in a Bassmaster Open when it comes to a smallmouth tournament yet. So he's right there. He's one of those guys that could pop a 25, 26 pound bag and be right there at the top. So I don't know if he's due in early or late today, but if he's one of those 4 to 5 o'clockers, he's got a lot of time left.
Jamie coming off a great finish at our last Open, St. Clair. 3rd place.
Yeah, I had a great event there and had a really good track record on the Opens. Just barely missing the Elite Series last year. And
he was even leading going into the final day of the Ozarks. So another one of those, we can call him, I guess, upper Midwesterners, but he's a Canadian, so he's over that border. We could classify him as differently, but that same type of fisherman goes down to the Ozarks region and does well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, proven himself as a well-rounded angler. Cut his teeth up in the Lake of the Woods area, and obviously very good with the smallmouth.
Well, there's still time. There is still time to get just about anything done on this day. Weigh in for the first flighters not until 3 p.m. Central Time. So there's a man who says he's got time to go after the bigs right now. Easton Fothergill, your leader here.
Hey,
at this point in the proceedings. Yes.
Reports are after that 5th fish, he weighed all of his fish, and when we come back, we'll tell the fans what they weighed.
I'm thinking it's more.
That's just a little.
I don't want to be a spoiler alert.
He's doing good.
Here, but, yeah, we will definitely have that for you when we return. We are back to St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake, Walker, Minnesota. Presented by 7. That's our updated leaderboard as it stands. You promised us an updated leaderboard, Ronnie.
I did. Easton weighed it, and that last fish went in as a 212. He weighed, and it was at least a 3-1. All of his other fish a little bit heavier than he thought. He's got around 21 to 22 pounds right now. And Bob Downey, we were saying 44 brings a lot of people in play to maybe win. 47 to 48. Ooh, you're going to have to be on your horse.
Yeah, these other guys are going to have to crack them pretty good. That had decent days yesterday to catch Easton now. Hats off to Easton. He's had a really good morning, it seems like. He like you said, got that 5th one, ended up weighing them, and I guess they're a little bit more than he had originally thought. But, yeah, hats off to him. These other guys got some work to do, that's for sure.
Now that's 6'4" yesterday that anchored his 26-10 bag. Is that a common kicker for smallmouth? Are you seeing 6'4s show up a bunch?
I wouldn't say a bunch, but they're there. I wouldn't say a bunch. For him to catch that day one was a definite blessing for sure. A 6-pound smallmouth is not super common. Maybe on the Great Lakes we're starting to see it, but on our inland lakes, those are big.
That shouldn't help at all.
3-1, the smallest fish.
You think of taking 6'4" out of his 26-10, his other 4 fish average pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Over 5.
Nope. Easy.
Yeah. the other words he thought, Tommy, why did I even compare them?
Yeah.
We don't often see the guy on his home lake expected to do well. I mean, it happens to the Johnsons and whatnot on St. Lawrence. Bob come through and really show out on their home lake.
Yeah. Just tried to like kind of drop them below.
Yeah, we've seen it. I mean, Seth had a big breakthrough on Mille Lacs that year when he won. That was impressive. The Johnsons have a good track record, obviously, but it's not easy to do. To me, it shows kind of the mental strength of those anglers to be able to push through all that stress and pressure and potential anxiety going into those weeks and to still perform is very impressive.
We had a really sort of unique start to our season. The St. Croix Bassmaster opens in that the local hero wins at Okeechobee and Washington, Santee Cooper.
The first four, yeah.
Yeah,
and
the first
Logan
four
Martin
actually,
as well, yeah.
Logan, yeah.
And used to be a local would win and they would take a spot away from an active opens angler, but now we just have so many opens anglers committed to all 9 across the country that they got to thrive on their home body of water. They didn't get it taken from them. They got to do the taking.
Chase Clark, as well as he has performed today, still finds himself over 5 pounds back, so
yeah, he'll
need to run down a couple of big ones.
Exactly.
Go to E-Barrel looking for those hard edges too.
Yeah, you can see Emil's on that frog deal, and Dakota's more punching that heavy cover, and those are kind of your 2 primary largemouth patterns on Leech. 2 ways to go about it. You know, there's some swim jig, buzzbait, maybe some weedless big swim baits plopped on the surface through that stuff, but there's Dakota hooked up.
Yeah.
Looks like a decent one.
That looked fun.
Yeah, it looked fun. That rice, later into the year, that rice will tend to die off and start to lay over in certain areas. And so targeting that real thick stuff where maybe some of that's dying off and laying over is a big deal out there. You can find what I call like little micro mats. They're about the size of your boat, where that rice is starting to die off. It's laying over. It's more of a brown color. And that one was short, actually.
Didn't make it. Wow.
Well, guys, we decided to try something else, man. I mean, I ain't gonna quit, and just it ain't working out there. And I want to just at least give it a break and pick up a rage bug, come in here and flip a little bit, and try to make something happen, man. I mean, I fished my butt off on a bunch of high percentage stuff. I've seen a lot of fish. I have not been able to get them to commit to biting. I talked to a couple guys that I know, you know, I've seen them out there fishing the same stuff, guys that had pretty good days yesterday, and they're sitting on 1 or 0 fish, and so it's not just me. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there catching them, but I just haven't been able to get it going. It doesn't seem like seems like it's tough. So I decided to run back in this backwater area where I got a couple flipping bites, pick up some braid, and at least have some fun, or try to. But that's the first flipping bite that I've got. So, and it wasn't quite a keeper, so, but it was fun. My boat's a wreck because I caught a big pike a while ago on a frog and lost it. Had to cut my frog off. He took that one from me. But who knows, maybe this stretch right here will be the stretch, I don't know. But the stretch I just flipped, I really expected to get a couple more bites in than I did. But we're working. We're trying. We're hustling. Doing everything we can.
You can see where that rice is a little bit more brown on the inside there, laying over. That's really what Dakota's keying in on, punching through that stuff. He's kind of flipping over that green stuff that's standing on the outside and trying to get into those mats that are laying over on the inside. As the afternoon goes on, that bite is usually better. But he's trying to salvage some points, trying to put some fish in the box. You know, these northern fisheries, they're phenomenal fisheries when you're out there and they haven't been pressured for 5-6 days in a row by 200 boats. It seems pretty easy, but you know, this is now I think they got 5 days of practice. This is competition day number 2, so 7th day of 200 plus boats on a northern fishery, and for whatever reason they don't always hold up to pressure super well. We kind of saw that on Oahe in the Elite Series tournament a couple years ago. These places are phenomenal when there's not a lot of pressure on them, but I think we're starting to see the effects of that a bit. Some of these guys still putting up some big numbers today, some good bags, but they're definitely having to work a lot harder today to put some fish in the box.
Yeah, we've had 7 new guys make our top 10 today. Only Fothergill, Chase Clark, and Tristan McCormick started the day in 10th and above and are still up there.
And there's also guys out there that they're not putting weights into Bass Track too, so there could be some good bags that we don't know about, but for the guys that we do know about, it's definitely been a lot more difficult today.
A little bit of wind, you'd think that in that amount it'd be kind of welcome out there today.
Yeah, that can definitely help at times, for sure. Create a little disturbance on the surface. Smallmouth, they're weird. Sometimes they like glass calm, slick conditions. Sometimes they want a little breeze. Every day seems a little different, but.
It was wind that canceled out the first day of fishing here. Is wind that we were dealing with all last week in the Elite Series in St. Lawrence. And
yes.
I guess I've got wind on the brain this week. It's hard not to.
Fearful more so.
That's right.
Wind in your hair, Tommy.
Well, the clock is ticking. It's going to tick a little more insistently as we move on into the afternoon. We're getting close to that right now. But some of the promise is that the smallmouth fishing, maybe even the largemouth fishing, will pick up as the sun goes to the noon position out here. Easton Fothergill, the man who started with the lead today. What a great day, number 1, backing it up. Holding on to a lead 5 pounds or more than 5 pounds over Chase Clark, Pangrick, Bo Browning, Paul Marks, among the many who have risen to the top 10 during the course of this day so far. 7-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady makes his long-awaited NFL on Fox debut. He joins Kevin Burkhardt, Darren Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi for the season opener, Cowboys versus Browns, September 8th, only on Fox. Meanwhile, we're trying to think of all the possibilities that remain on this day of fishing here. Fantastic day of fishing. Leech Lake in northern Minnesota. Easton Fothergill came in with the lead in points, came into today with the lead in this tournament. And he is still in the lead in both categories as it stands right now. He's certainly, you'd have to say, the man of the hour. Easton Fothergill, 22 years old. Incredible stuff. Chase Clark, great start for him. And Pangrick, great rise for him. Big move for him during the course of this day.
Paul Marks really not saving his season because he's been having a great season, but Marks is keeping his name in the hat for that race for the top 9.
Evan Kung, who was probably sat atop that points board more than anyone.
5 events, yeah. Until Easton won at Eufaula, he was the points leader. Speaking about the points race, last year we had our 9-event Opens EQ race come down to the wire. We had big moves at the end and some heartbreak for anglers, and Jamie Bruce was one of those anglers who dealt with the heartbreak. The highs of leading Lake of the Ozarks and turn around the next event, have a tough finish and miss the Elite Series qualification. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about Brucey at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. He is just signed up for one division this year, so not eligible to make the Elite Series through these events, but we saw him at St. Clair on Bassmaster Live. We see him on Bass Track on our unofficial leaderboard in our top 10 right now. And Brucey is showing how well-rounded of an angler he is. He almost made the Elites last year, 15th place in points, just missing it by 30 or so points from the top 9. He led events last year. He, in fact, Tommy, jumped into the Bass Nation to really keep himself well-rounded without having to travel forever away. And he made the national championship later this year, so he still has a chance to make the Elites, to make the Classic. All those goals are right on his horizon. But of the Division III anglers, the ones signed up for St. Clair, our last event, Leech this week, and the Mississippi River coming up next month in September, he is going to be the best of the bunch. So he is really showcasing what he's made of. Third at St. Clair, he was 23rd after day 1 here at Leech, but moving into the top 10, I think 8th place most recently on the leaderboard. With one more to a limit, he could see himself with another top 10 finish here this week for the Bassmaster Opens. The other angler who really shined at St. Clair from this division, Aaron Jagdfeld, he fishes at Adrian College in the College Series and missed this event because he's down at Hartwell in the championship, Tommy. He just got crowned as the points winners for their division. He will be in our College Classic bracket in the next month or so, and they finished up 47th out of about 130 of the best college teams. So we got some crossovers there. Some guys who fish in college stepping into the Opens, guys who fish the Opens stepping into the Nation. So many paths to maybe make your dreams come true.
Did you refer to Jamie as Brucey?
Brucey.
Okay.
Brucey. Jamie Bruce. Sorry, all those, they don't know him as Brucey. Sorry. Bob, did you know him as Brucey?
I know him as Brucey, but I'm kind of from the area that he.
I'm just glad to hear it wasn't just Ronnie.
Hey, we know our former Classic champ, Jeff Gustafson. We call him Gussie.
So
they're
from the
Canada,
same town. You just add an I to your name.
They're even from the same town. They live down the road from each other, and so Jamie Bruce turns into Brucey. So that's I don't know if that's a Kenora thing.
Canadian thing, hockey thing, who knows? I don't know. A lot of nicknames.
The president of Canada could be Trudy. The prime minister could be Trudy. Right?
Come on, fish.
Yeah.
Gonna show you off for a minute. And let
see
you
another guy, Austin Cranford, switching over to largemouth for a bit too. So these guys making some adjustments from yesterday that were in our top 10 that have maybe fallen out of it.
That's why I kind of asked all 10 of our anglers on camera today how many largemouth and how many smallmouth they weighed in, Bob, because it gives you a good gauge of what bit well yesterday, but also do they have another game plan? If someone weighed in 3 smallmouth and 2 largemouth yesterday in our top 10, then I'd say that, man, if they have something they have supreme confidence in, but having everyone be all smallmouth, this is definitely more of a bailout than a backup plan.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know if part of that was the fact that this became a 2-day event, that a lot of those guys just went all in on the smallmouth on day 1 to see what they could come up with and never really went largemouth fishing. That definitely changed the dynamic of this event. If it was a 3-day event, maybe they mix in some largemouth a little bit more on day 1, but these smallmouth are, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's just the population hasn't fully blossomed yet.
I'm tired of not catching anything out there,
so a lot more difficult to catch for some reason.
I got quite a few bites down the stretch in practice, and as tough as it feels out there, I mean, they're still there. They're just hard to get to bite, and I just need 2, really, I think, to have a good finish. These fish up here will weigh 2.5 to 4 pounds. Probably more like 2.5. I got plenty of bites right here. I actually caught smallmouth in here too. Ooh, thought that was her. But I only need 2. I'm gonna largemouth fish till I have a limit. They're not that hard to catch. I just don't know how much pressure has been in here. And so, I'm if I'm not getting bit, I'm moving. So I'm not gonna sit there and try to make them bite. So, and I kind of want to crack one on a big stick too. We're gonna get a bite in here. I don't know where, but we'll get a bite in here. Maybe like right over there. They like these thicker patches with them laid over. We just need a bite. I just need one bite. I got some more stuff over there. I'd like to do it right here though.
That seemed like a sound plan to you, Bob, the way fishing's going. You know the smallmouth bite has gotten really tough.
Yeah, if I'm Austin right now, I don't know where he's sitting in the points, but if he's trying to salvage some points, that's probably what I'd be doing too. Trying to get 12th, yeah, so he's right there. So he can't afford to fall to 70th, 80th today, so he needs to put a couple in the box. And the largemouth population is definitely better than the smallmouth, it seems like at this point. That could change here in the coming years, but he's trying to salvage the day right now before he goes back out and messes around with those brown fish. So I like his thought process. We're seeing a few guys do that, you know, Emil, Dakota, making that adjustment here midday to try and put some fish in the box. And you know, in a 9-event season-long deal, that's important to have a limit each day.
That's the interesting dynamics of, we have that in the Elite Series oftentimes. The last one is winning in for the Classic, so that's where it's ramped up. Is a lot of different things in play, but for the Opens, each day of competition, you almost have a different goal. I'm going to try to go win the tournament, and then I need a punt and just play it safe, or I need to fish for points. And so today, with it being a 2-day event, shortened, you're seeing all of that transpire per hour.
Yeah.
Like, I need to switch gears this hour. Next hour, I can go back to trying to win the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what makes the guys that are consistent in this game, that's what makes them so good, is they can make those midday adjustments. They can feel it going away from them. And when you feel it going away in your gut, you need to make an adjustment and try and put some fish in the box. Even though they might not be the winning fish, but in a season-long point race, you need to be able to feel it when you need to make that adjustment to go salvage some points. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Back to Brett Cannon. Started the day in second place. Great day one for him.
Seemed like every time you turned around yesterday, he was catching a 5-pounder watching Bass Track.
Yeah, he was the man. The longest time.
And he's sticking with those smallmouth, trying to make it work here.
Finally, there we go.
He's hooked up. Looks like a good one.
Well, what a limit would mean to him. He's a long way from there, yeah.
And still just outside the top 10.
Yeah, 11th place.
That's the difference in 26-10 for Easton and 25 plus for Brett. They were 3 pounds head and shoulders above everyone. They don't need a huge day today to stay well in contention. Was told by a little birdie, Tommy, that our friend Peter Miller, host of so many saltwater and freshwater show combinations, said he trained Brett, taught him how to sailfish when Brett used to live in Florida in his first life. And then Brett has now made a second life in Texas and Mississippi. But back in the day, younger Brett learned sailfishing under our friend Peter Miller.
Yeah.
Big enough.
You might have caught the freshwater equivalent to a sailfish, a
I've had
shallow smallmouth.
all day, within inches of my bait right there, all day. Oh man, like a 3.5. Let me weigh it just in case we start getting on them.
Bob, how much bigger than 3.5 do you think that is?
It looks like a 4 to me, but
really fat.
I don't know. it can be hard to judge those things.
4-4.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
4 1/4.
We'll be near our top 5 then. On 3 fish.
Yeah, that's a good one for Brett.
Let's go. Come on.
That just shows you when you have guys who have limits of largemouth for 14 pounds and you can go catch 1/4 of their limit with one smallmouth, you see why these guys are committed to it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that puts him within striking distance. He's still got 2 left to fill out his limit.
He's got plenty of headroom, plenty of room to grow there. Easton Fothergill right there on top. Chase Clark. Cannon Pangrek, Matt Pangrek, hats off to him. He's bass fishing journalist and broadcaster as well, a very good one too, and we certainly applaud him on this great move up the leaderboard today. We'll be right back with more. The St. Croix Bassmaster opens in Leech Lake in Minnesota, sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. It's been great fun today. Being here on FS1 for a good long time, for a good long look at a place we've never seen before in the world of bass fishing on television. The Bassmasters have never been to Leech Lake. It's giant body of water, over 100,000 acres here in northern Minnesota. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of different things this place has to offer. You can fish back in the sloughs, and all the vegetation you can get out here in the waves and the big water, and all the rocks and gravel and all those great features that you expect in situations like this. Getting out to Jimmy Washam. Tennessee anglers started in the top 10. Had a little slow time of it today. He's got 3 to a limit, so this is going right to the bottom line, as will the next 2, if he can get them on.
Yeah, Jimmy's still plugging away with those smallmouth. He made a big move up the points leaderboard yesterday, and he may be one of those guys where he was down a bit in the points, where he knows he needs to have another big bag today to maintain. So chasing some largemouth may not do him any good today, and he's sticking with these smallmouth.
Looks like a good one.
Yeah, a decent one there.
Should measure, I would think. I've been wrong, though, a couple of times today. No, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one there. I believe that's number 3 for Jimmy.
Number 3, yeah.
You're right.
So still a good bit of room for him to add to the bottom line.
We'll move him up. He had fallen from the top 10 down to 23rd, so that will afford him a little bit closer shot at the top 10 to get back in there before day's over.
Yeah, he started 5th, and that gathered him 196 points in the elite qualifier standings. He jumped from 19th to 11th.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd love to stay within range of our top 9 who make it to the Elite Series next year.
Right. Yeah, so he made a big jump in points yesterday. And to maintain that, he probably needs another good bag today. Whereas some of these other guys, like a Dakota, Emil, they're up there in points a bit. So getting some largemouth to salvage their day would help. With Jimmy, you know, he may need another big bag today to kind of maintain that 11th place or better in points. But he's working at it, slowly chipping away.
We got a little more sun than we had before, probably as much as we've had today. A little bit of the thin layers about all burnt off. So
yeah, it looks
that could be a stimulus.
Beautiful day out there on Leech. There's a bit of wind, but not too bad for those boys. They can move around pretty good.
Bob, I'll say this, if there's a lot of pressure that comes to Leech, luckily half the year it's frozen solid and half the year, you know, the weather's nice, but you could just name one of those plots of water Leech Lake. There's so many gull lakes and so many other names that match up. We could just open a few more Leech lakes in the state, and they won't know which one we're talking about.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Might keep a little pressure off.
Spread the pressure out a little bit.
Trust me, I was up at Bemidji for a college championship, had a day off, and they said you should hit up Gull Lake or something.
Yeah.
I don't even think I went to the right one. Yeah. I don't even think I went to the right one.
Yeah.
Hey, the folks there, Walker, showed out yesterday at our weigh-in, and I'm sure they're happy with the business they've gotten. 200 boats, another 100 anglers coming up, filling their gas tanks and eating and staying and
a lot of comments
boat
from
parts.
A lot of comments from the anglers on the size of the crowd yesterday in Walker for an open. They were impressed, and so that's cool. That makes me feel good being from that area to see the people show out for this event, and it's good for the town of Walker. It's a neat little town.
We appreciate it. We appreciate everything they've done to help make this event possible this week. Great to hear about the turnout.
I'd imagine there's going to be a sizable crowd there today to root on their Minnesotans.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the day that Easton Fothergill's had.
Yeah, they have a beer garden, I hear.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, should be another good crowd there, especially with the full field competing today. There's, 30 plus pros and what'd you say, 50 or 60 plus co-anglers.
Yeah,
so
from Minnesota.
Close to 100 guys from Minnesota in this event, guys and gals from Minnesota, and
all their families will show up.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool deal. You can see the passion in bass fishing in our state, and it's neat to see all the people show up for the weigh-in. Looks like Billy's up there skipping some docks, making an adjustment to some largemouth as well.
Oh, like we're live? Oh. Well, I abandoned the smallmouth game for now. I'm gonna try to put some fish in the boat. I missed too early, and we're gonna fish a marina and then run up to sucker and flip some grass and just try to put some fish in the boat. The smallmouth, for me, we're inconsistent. I only had 5 bites yesterday, so we're just going to try to get some momentum going.
Billy had his breakthrough for the season at St. Clair, 16th place. Our last stop. St. Croix Bassmaster Opens.
You guys have a lot to fish in Minnesota, Wisconsin. Even the New York anglers like Billy, they have smallmouth, largemouth, grass, rocks. How long did it take you to feel comfortable in the deep South, in Alabama and Florida? Like you had some of your best finishes in Florida, but it's still tricky. So you guys have similar fishing, but it's totally different.
Yeah, it definitely takes some time. Fishing in college, cross country definitely helped gain some confidence in at least seeing these places and kind of understanding how to break them down. For me, the biggest factor was fishing the Mississippi River quite a bit after my college years. I really didn't fish it a lot growing up into my high school years, but when I graduated from college, moved back home, I started fishing the Mississippi River a lot, and that creates an entirely different dynamic with fluctuating water levels. You can fish hard cover, you can fish grass, you can fish sand, current. There's a lot to offer on that river that really helped prepare me for other places across the country. But it takes some time, and really it takes a good finish or two to get some confidence in the South. And vice versa for those guys coming up north, fishing smallmouth. You've seen Patrick Walters and how he is just totally morphed his game to be able to compete and win on smallmouth in the North Country. So it takes some time, but these anglers that put in the work, you can definitely make it happen.
Sure is a lot of talent out there in these opens, and we see plenty of it on display today. Closer and closer to the end of our broadcast time here on FS1. We got a little fishing left for you today. We have
done some adjustment. There was adjustments needed on Brett Cannon's total now, and we've got that all straightened out.
He's right there, still
a double punch or something like that.
Yes, the fish went in twice, made it look like he had more than what he had. So he's in 9th, though. Still a good spot, 2 good fish, and he still has 3 more to a limit.
Room to grow and time to do it, that's for sure. Easton Fothergill still on top. Chase Clark hanging in there at second place all day today when he wasn't at first. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake in Minnesota, presented by 7. What a great day of discovery for bass fishing fans, for these anglers as well. Bassmasters have never been to Leech Lake, this massive Leech Lake here. Certainly learned a lot about it, and what a great place it appears to be. Hope we get to come back here someday. That's for sure.
Huge kudos to the Walker, Minnesota folks, the Minnesota team, everybody helping us do it, but also shout out to Hank Weldon. Back in 2017, we had a championship at Bemidji, Minnesota, and he said to me when I was there covering it, I think we got another gym that I'm going to work on over the next, however many years. And now he's stepped on from college to the Opens, and he gets to bring it to the TV now.
We all benefited from it today. That is for sure. We've got a little tiny bit of time left in our broadcast today. Maybe we can see a fish catch or two. 1 and 2 still Fothergill and Clark.
That one had a bunch on it. Yep. Made a good cast.
Looks like Easton's maybe back where he started today.
Just got to keep hitting them.
That island looks familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'll roll through them.
Trying to pick off another one, good one.
That happens 2 or 3 more times, I'll switch back over to the other color. Honestly, only having 2 is not terrible. That way I don't have 3 choices going through my mind.
Can hear Chase talking about different color selections there, reacting to how those fish are positive or negative to his bait, and having a couple ready to go and throw at them with something different, depending on how they're reacting.
All right, Bob, looks like Easton Fothergill might wrap this up. Pretty good odds that he will. Where do you put him in his future with 2 open wins and what he's done in college bracket win to get to the Classic? Pretty good showing there.
Yeah.
The future's pretty bright for that 22-year-old.
Yeah, it's scary, honestly, for me having to possibly compete against him in the years to come. Easton's as good as it gets right now. He's got a level head. He stays calm mentally. He's just as good up on the bank as he is offshore right now, too. He went to school at Montevallo, spent a lot of time on the Coosa River, so he knows his way around current as well. He's looking forward to fishing the Mississippi River here coming up when I've talked to him. And he's got a real bright future ahead of him. He's only 22 years old, and for what he's accomplished so far is pretty incredible. Couldn't ask for a better kid from Minnesota to represent our state. And I'm excited to see what he's got coming in the future, that's for sure.
Probably just weigh in some fish at the Mississippi River, and he will probably get enough points to hit that mark you were talking about, 1,400 and change. He'll probably get close to that mark and be able to just fish for the win again at Hartwell. What if he did that, Tommy, to end in the back half? He won every other event to end the season and got 2 more elite guys in the Classic. They would probably thank him, maybe.
Somebody on the Elite Series would love it, I guarantee you that.
And then next year they'll hate him because he's going to be a rookie with them.
It's Australian Carl Jacobson right now, cheering up and down, right?
Oh, I guess so. That's a good point. Didn't think about that.
Easton is Carl's best friend right now, I think.
And hey, Carl's a great person to be a best friend with. He's probably going to mail him some Vegemite or something from.
He took Gussie to Australia, had him fishing tournaments down there. Remember?
Yeah, Carl's rooting for him, and then I think is it Jonathan Kelly after Carl?
So 43 are in the Classic right now. Brian Schmidt, the last one, and Carl Jacobson would make the Classic because of Easton double qualifying. And then Jonathan Kelly is the next one, and Kyle Welcher
is beyond that.
Yes. Yeah, and that's probably as far as it can drop after that.
Probably, yeah. There's Bass Nation deal. Will Davis would have to win his 3rd one in a row, which would be pretty crazy, but
you got Mississippi River and then Hartwell, and so Hartwell normally pulls out some some local flavor for sure, and then we know the river rats.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
You never know.
And apparently Hartwell is Easton's favorite lake in the country, so that's kind of scary to think about too. But what a run he's been on. It's been really fun to watch it happen in the last year or so. And to get to watch him live today, that's pretty neat. I haven't spent any time watching Easton besides the college bracket last year, so he moves around a lot. He's thorough with what he does, but he doesn't get hung up in one area for too long, and he's definitely got a deal figured out here on Leech that he is untapped and now uncovered for a lot of people to see. Kind of that shallow mid-range deal, not necessarily sight fishing with his eyes, but using electronics to pick off these fish in shallower water has kind of been his program today, and hitting a lot of areas. You know, small little spots here and there, keeping on the move till he runs into them.
He certainly has demonstrated an ability to be in the right place at the right time too, as far as big fish go during the course of his Opens campaign this year.
Such will have to do some research on who has won 2 Opens in a season. I remember Jesse Wiggins ended the season with a win and then won the next one at the beginning of the next year. You know, so it was 2 and 3 events, but
he was triple qualified for the classic.
Yes, he was.
I remember.
Yeah. Hey, Easton's he could be quadruple qualified with the rate he's at. But yeah, that would be an interesting thing to win 2 events on 2 contrastly different bodies of water with Eufaula, Oklahoma, and here.
Yeah.
Very, very cool for Easton.
Yeah, and for him to not touch a lot of this stuff in practice and just kind of trust that he's going to be able to figure it out on the go and during the tournament, that's a veteran mindset. That is, you don't see that a lot as a 22-year-old.
What a day. Pretty good day up there in northern Minnesota.
Well, perfect weather today, no doubt about that, and really, really interesting fishery. So glad we had the opportunity to roll that out in Bassmaster terms.
Sure has been fun to break it down with you guys and get to showcase northern Minnesota a bit.
Bob Downey, you've done a fantastic job today.
Absolutely.
You know, near and dear to my heart, so it's been fun, you guys.
I hope you'll consider coming back sometime because you're too good. You're a threat to the rest of us.
Tell your wife we said thank you. I think you said it was her birthday and you still came down here to do this with us.
Absolutely, My wife, Christy, is back home with our little guy, Jet. Love you, honey. Happy birthday. Sorry I couldn't be there, but I'll be home tonight. It's been a blast being with you guys.
Well, travel safe, and we do appreciate it. It's some great, great stuff today from you. Bob Downey, our special analyst for this great, great occasion, the first time at a big time Minnesota lake. We have seen some big time efforts on display today. We've seen some ups and downs. It's just a fantastic spot.
Hey, still 3.5 to 4 hours of fishing for some anglers if they're in the absolute last flight today. So Easton doesn't have it necessarily sewn up. He has done his job up to this point. And we'll see the rest of today of our live coverage. And then also, once we say goodbye, during the weigh-in, some fireworks will happen.
Absolutely. More coverage comes your way in about 30 minutes time on Bassmaster.com. That'll be some more fishing taking you all the way to 3:30 Eastern time, and that will be the weigh-in. That's when the weigh-in starts in Walker, Minnesota. Congratulations to everyone who's going to be weighing in today and has made it thus far through the season. We thank you so much. We got some good stuff. Saratoga Live, horse racing coming up just around the corner. But as we say, the coverage continues at 2:30 Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. If you'd like a little more, thank you all for joining us today on Bassmaster Live from Minnesota. Is Bassmaster Live and our coverage of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens for 2024. This is Leech Lake in Minnesota, presented by 7. And we are getting down to the final hour and change of fishing time for many of our anglers. The 208 boats that are out there now on Leech Lake, that's the unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. Still Eastern Fothergill on top, still Chase Clark in second place there. Brett Cannon has moved up that leaderboard. He had broken back into the top 10. Then he made another big catch and came up all the way to fourth place. And Emil Wagner also making a move up the leaderboard as it stands right now. Of course, we have some of our flights going to fish all the way to 5:30, as I'm to understand that we have Ronnie Moore. Of course, Bob Downing offering our great commentary today and analysis. Such is here. I'm Tommy Sanders. We're going to get back out on the lake with you for about 30 minutes here and see what else we can see in terms of some catches. Go with Emil.
Emil Wagner started his day on smallmouth, Tommy. That was his main deal, but after a few hours, only had one fish, so went largemouth fishing. But it looks like he's back out, and it looked like, Bob, that was a pretty good smallmouth to add.
Yeah, that looked like a 4+.
Don't jump again.
Big one for Emil here that would help his day tremendously.
Oh, he's barely hooked. Yes. Dude, this might get stupid. There's so many of them on this rock.
Well, that was moments ago. This is also moments ago. Emil Wagner, his morning was an exercise in futility, pretty much.
Dude, this is one of the biggest ones in the school.
Hats off to him for really getting after it here at midday.
Yeah, props to Emil, making a midday adjustment, getting that limit in the box.
Holy
and then
crap, it's a giant
he's
one,
back
dude.
out on the main
5
lake
pounder.
chasing brownfish, trying to upgrade here, and it looks like he found a little pod of them.
Don't jump, for the love of God.
That's what can happen when you get in the right zone, the right time.
Holy crap. Oh my God, Emil. Not the biggest one I've caught. But dang, that's a good one.
It is a football Saturday.
You got to tuck it
in many
ways.
Got to feel good to maintain your gains. He moved from outside to 7th place in our EQ point with day one's finish.
Yeah, big move for Emil today. Hung in there tough. Had a tough morning, but never quit.
With Emil and this man right here, Brett Cannon, you could see the possibility 2 hours ago of them not finishing with a limit. But things have changed and for the better.
Right. It's like Brett's jumped back up to that northern section here and hooked up again, and he's definitely got some room to grow, fill out his limit.
Here. And if he ended the day yesterday with multiple 5s around a rock pile, you could see the afternoon being just as possibly good for him today. So he needs it today, though. He didn't need it yesterday.
Get in this boat.
He checks in at 3:40 this afternoon. He's got a little bit more time fishing.
Come on, baby. Come on, stay there. Don't jump. Come on. Come here. Gotcha. Yes.
Thank you. Needed you. Woo. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That was his third keeper of the day, Tommy. He still has 2 more to a limit,
right,
and he's
yeah.
still hanging in the top 5. That day 1 is helping him big time.
$4.12. Getting bigger.
All right, I'll move that in.
Okay.
Awesome, dude.
Yes.
Just needs 1 bite in each of the next 2 hours, and he's
there you go.
back up there.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt Adams had a big day. He came in on Bass Track with 18.5. He was 147th. He was inside our EQ top 10 and 9th, I believe. He fell way down to 17th. He's trying to make up some of those points, so he's at least got a shot in the last 2 events.
Yeah, I got a pretty good bag right now. I just got 1 small one still in there that's really tanking it. Overall, with how my days went so far, but we got about an hour left of fishing, hour and a half or so. I really feel like if I get 1 more 5-pound class bite, I think I have a really good shot at taking this home because my small still is like a 3-pounder. So I'm really looking for 1 more bite the rest of the day and hopefully have a good outcome. But the numbers today have been way down, but you know, I have 2 5-pounders and a 4.5 and 1 right at 4. So if I can get rid of that 3-pounder with another 5-pounder, I really like my odds. I just left a school of great big, like freaky giant ones, and I had 2 of them pull my bait off. So I'm pretty optimistic. If I can go back there in an hour, I think I can get 1 of them to go.
Easton Fothergill talking about the prospects for winning an incredible 2 opens during the course of this 2024 season. That is pretty fair assessment, though, of what's about to happen here.
Yeah, pretty impressive for sure. Sounds like he maybe ran into a little pod of them recently. One of them sounds like he got his bait and maybe messed up the school a bit. So he left that area, letting it reload, reset up, kind of let those fish settle down. And sounds like he's going to go back to them here before the end of the day. And that's a big deal, letting those fish rest, reset up, and come at them maybe from a different angle or different bait next time, and might be able to capitalize on them.
He's got 47 pounds, 11 ounces. Could be a 2-day opens record, and for sure a Leech Lake record.
And definitely a Leech Lake record.
Yeah, that was broken the first crack of dawn this morning.
I was trying to say that fishing's been pretty good here.
Hey, we could set more records, including the crowd showing up in Walker that showed up yesterday and today for a 2-day opens. We're going to have a huge crowd, and I heard that they've got our Bassmaster Live program up at the weigh-in, so we appreciate you guys tuning in, watching. Yeah. It's going to be a big show, and not to sell the lead or put the lead before the horse or cart before the horse. Maybe a local son can get it done in front of his home crowd. That would be very cool to see as well.
Yeah, pretty incredible. This reminds me of when Seth won on Mille Lacs, a few years back, and really catapulted his career to where he's at today. And a lot of times as a young angler starting out, you need something like this to happen to really springboard your career. And obviously Easton's done a lot of springboarding already to this point, but today could really be a exclamation point on what's already been an incredible run to start his young career. So pretty neat for Easton to potentially do it in front of the home crowd there. Pretty neat deal for him, that's for sure.
Are there any other gyms of the upper Midwest that you would be like, that this place could be a good Bassmaster Open or an elite spot?
Yeah, I think Lake Vermilion up near Tower, Minnesota would be a phenomenal location. A really healthy smallmouth fishery, and it has been for years, but there's also a largemouth mix there too. Vermilion would be a cool spot.
I found it in pre-practice. It's just it's a huge boulder like bigger than anything else around it, and it's got these big jagged rocks next to it. And in the evening, if the boats leave it alone for a second, they'll stack up on it. And there was probably 25 or 30 smallmouth on it, but I pretty much just found everything this week on side scan, and I would just look for the rocks with the biggest shadows, and you know, that obviously meant the biggest rocks, and that was your best high percentage shot at catching one instead of just trolling around kind of aimlessly. But they were stacked on it. If it'll get left alone for a second, which I doubt it will, we could pull up there and catch 3 giants. I had 4 bites off of it, hooked 3, caught 2, so there's potential to pull up there and literally catch, you know, 23 to 24 pounds in a matter of minutes.
Emil currently at 15.4. His estimated weight as it stands right now. 5 fish limit in the boat for him. That's very, very important. And here are your unofficial weights. Top 10 wise right there. Easton Fothergill, Chase Clark hanging in there all day. Matt Pangrack, Brett Cannon moving back into the top 10 and all the way up to 4th. Emil Wagner, Browning, Marks, Kung, McCormick, and Austin Cranford rounding out our top 10. Our live coverage continues from the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Leech Lake, presented by 7. We got a few minutes of fishing yet to show you before our time is up for today. Of course, the weigh-in, the check-in for flight number 1 and weigh-in commencing just minutes thereafter is on the way, not too far away. There's some anglers on the run right now, maybe going to fish some more if they've got one of the later check-in times, maybe trying to get back closer to Walker, Minnesota, our headquarters. They might be trying to relocate closer to there.
This could be a big day. It will be a big day for our Tackle Warehouse EQ points race. The fact that Dakota and Easton have been separated by single-digit points for the last 3 or 4 events, Dakota falling down to almost 40th place today, Easton could have a 35 to 40 point lead, and then Dakota would be at risk of 3rd, 4th catching him because they're having good days with Emil in the top 10, staying steady. So today's a big day for the overall points race too.
Yeah, some guys potentially saving their chances of still being in that top 9. You guys got guys like Bo Browning that on Bass Track unofficially is up into the top 10 now. Big couple days for Bo.
A lot of guys will be looking when they check in to see what Cody Meyer weighs in. He's in our points race in the top 9, but he doesn't have any Bass Track entry. So when they get to the tanks, they'll say, "Who are my closest competitors?" And they'll say, "Well, he's still got to weigh in. I gotta know."
Right. A lot of unofficial Bass Track leaderboard weights with this many guys, and some entering, some not.
We had a little flurry of catches in the last 30 minutes, but it's gotten a little bit quieter right now. Could be the calm before the storm, you never know. But it has been just a joy being out here at this brand new lake for us here, Leech Lake in Minnesota. Meanwhile, back here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, I want to take this opportunity to thank our guest analyst here. Incomparable job by Bob Downing, man. Good job.
Yeah, well, thank you guys. I appreciate you having me on set. It was an amazing time breaking down this body of water in northern Minnesota that is near and dear to my heart and a lot of the guys back home here in Minnesota. We're so thankful that Bassmaster chose to come here this week and really showcase a premier fishery in the North Country. And we got a little bit of fishing time left today. We'll see what these guys can bring to the scales. But it's been a treat. I haven't been here in 10 plus years, so it's been great to spend some time in the studio with you guys and break down this awesome fishery here in Walker, Minnesota that we got.
Well, we are big fans of yours on the Bassmaster Elite Series, especially this year. What you almost pulled off was jaw-dropping, even to get that close to it, to miss an event for family reasons. You know, the birth of your son, and almost come back and make it to the Classic was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was a good run in the middle part of the season. Had a shot at the Classic going into St. Lawrence, and I love that place. I've had good finishes there in the past, but just wasn't meant to be this year. And, you know, wouldn't trade this year for anything. It's been full of a lot of trials and tribulations, but it's also been one of those years where, you know, we've been blessed with the greatest gift of all, too, so in our son. So really thankful for the year overall and couldn't be happier, and really excited to get ready for 2025 here coming up soon.
Absolutely.
I've got one question for you about Leech. If we didn't do it the last week of August, what other time of year would you want us to come to Leech again? Is it better in September? Is it better in mid-July?
Yeah, I mean, September potentially with that fall bite kicking in. You know, both largemouth and smallmouth seem to really kick it into gear that time of year. I wouldn't really want to see it earlier than July 1st. You're kind of dealing with the spawn a little bit around then. I kind of like those summertime, early fall events. So, you know, sometime August, mid-September could be really good for that largemouth bite too.
Awesome.
We'll talk it up. We'd like to see that happen back out on the water now on
And
Leech
I only
Lake.
ask that because we know there's a big crowd watching that's going to make their vote known to Hank Weldon, who's also watching and listening.
Yeah,
and so,
yeah, great.
You're saying if they cheer louder, they got a better chance of getting another one coming back there, Ronnie?
And also the rice harvest. I think that Bob had thought maybe the rice harvest was starting in a week or two, but it started this past week. So so now you're able to fish in those largemouth areas without, you know, cause for concern.
Yeah, you can be right in those rice beds once the rice harvest begins. So that kind of relieves any sort of complications with boats being in or out of that rice. So I believe it started August 15th. So anytime beyond that, I believe sometime into September, maybe it's the end of September, is that harvest season. And that way the guys can kind of get up in that thick stuff to chase those largemouth.
Chase Clark in second place. Hats off to him. We talk about Easton a lot, but his morning, his first 2 hours, got all of his work done. That was one of the most explosive mornings we've seen this year on the opens for sure.
Yeah, great morning from Chase. Definitely seemed to be on the best school of fish this morning. A great start to his day, still holding down that second place spot. And no matter how it shakes out for him this week, it's been a awesome couple days, something he can build upon for sure going forward.
I say you got to watch the weigh-in with Hank Weldon. Matt Pangrac was 58. He's got 22.12, and we got a lot of guys not reporting. He's up to third place. What other surprises are we going to see?
Yeah, that's kind of the unknown when you got that full field fishing on the championship day. Is a lot of guys can make big jumps, and some aren't entering into Bass Track either. So you never know what could happen. Easton kind of showed that giant bags do exist out here, and who knows if someone in that 19, 20-pound mark cracked a really big bag today. Regardless, it'll be fun weigh in and conclusion to this event in Walker this afternoon.
There are some guys who have had some struggles. Kyle Austin, who is in our points contention, you know, in the top 15 or so, top 16.
Winner at Santee.
Only had 3 bass for about 8.5, 9 pounds yesterday. And I didn't see or hear if there were smallmouth from him yesterday, but he has 2 bass today for 10 plus pounds, 2 5-pounders. And so I'm assuming he's all in on the smallmouth. Maybe he went largemouth fishing yesterday and got a bunch of numbers, but weren't keepers. And today he sold out for smallmouth, seeing how big of bags were caught. But 2 5-pounders today will help him maybe gain some places at least.
Well, Bob, we got La Crosse Open coming up in a month. What do you got in the fall going on?
This fall, I'm going to be on daddy daycare duty a lot.
Fun.
Which I'm actually really looking forward to spending some time at home. But we got some sponsor obligations around the house too. Get out and film some content, that sort of stuff, and spend time with friends and family. I bow hunt a decent amount for whitetail in the fall too, so that's a big passion of mine, and get out and do a bit of that as well.
You live in a place called Detroit Lakes, and I looked around there. Which is your favorite of all those? There's a Brandy, a Floyd, a Long, a Fox, a Sally, Detroit, Munson, St. Clair Lake.
There's a bunch of them. I'm not going to tell you my very favorite.
There we go.
Especially on Bassmaster.com.
Yeah, that'd be.
But to be 100% honest, put your boat in any one of those, and they're really good largemouth lakes. A lot of 3 to 5 pound fish in those lakes, and then there's some little smallmouth gems around there too. But I probably shouldn't name too many of them.
They say nice guys finish last, and Bob knew as a nice guy I should probably just not say anything then so I don't lose on that.
Well, this is the middle event in Division 3 of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, also known as our Northern Run here. We're going to wrap that up in about a month's time up at La Crosse, Wisconsin, the upper Mississippi. What do you think? What do you think is going to be the winning ploy up there?
Man, that's an interesting one. You know, that time of year, the smallmouth definitely play more than they do midsummer. And so I could see smallmouth winning that tournament all 3 days. But these largemouth on the river this year it's like they grew up. We had a real mild winter this last year. I don't know that there was a big shad die-off, so these largemouth are weighing 1/4 to 1/2 pound heavier than they were a year ago. In a lot of instances, we're seeing more 20-pound bags come out of the river than we ever have this year. So it's going to be interesting. I don't know if the pressure will kick down those weights a bit, but the river is as healthy today as it ever has been. So that should be an exciting event.
All the usual haunts probably come into play, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You lock up,
sure.
or you lock down, or you don't risk it and don't lock.
You know, for some of these guys that, you know, are maybe way out of the points, 20th place, they might take a risk and lock. The guys that are looking to secure their 9th or better position and, you know, staying in pool 8 is always a good bet. So that's the beauty of the river, and having it be, you know, one of the latter events of the season is you can take some risk if you want to, but you can also kind of play it safe and still be in a very productive area in pool 8. It's a pool I usually stay in and prefer to stay in.
Well, that's one of our most honored haunts for the Bassmaster Elite Series through the years. Always love going back to La Crosse, Wisconsin. And we get to go from a place that's brand new on our list, from this place, Leech Lake, which has just been terrific today. It's refreshing to see a wonderful new place that pops up, and you wonder how many times we're going to get to come back here. I hope it's a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's cool to have a new place on the schedule. I know a lot of fans and anglers always call for new bodies of water, so it's been neat to explore one here today.
Hey, last thing. You got one more shot. What's your favorite lake around your house? No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
It's not going to tell you. Oh, one of our favorite things to do is watch the weigh-in, especially when there's so much yet to be decided as we have today. Championship Saturday at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. It starts at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 30 minutes from now on Bassmaster.com. And then we'll know the whole story. All the points, who wins. It's looking... We'll see if there are any surprises, but I think there will be surprises up and down that leaderboard.
Carl Jacobson will be watching for sure. If Easton Fothergill wins, Carl Jacobson would be going to the Bassmaster Classic.
We'll see you at the weigh-in, 3:30 Eastern Time once again, and after that, we will see you in September in La Crosse, Wisconsin on the upper Mississippi River.